The following is a presentation of TSN and Canadian hockey.
There are many ways to win a gold medal. In 1990, the Canadians got word on their bench that they'd received help from another game. That, coupled with Canada's win, meant gold. A year later in Saskatoon, the Finns helped out Canada by beating the Soviets. Where were the Canadians? Watching the game in their hotel rooms. That set up a gold medal matchup against the Soviets. Canada won it to give them gold in '91. In 1993 in Gävle, Sweden, Canada clinched its gold medal against that hockey power, Japan. Just the way the schedule worked out that year. Last year, it was a nail-biter, right down to the wire against Sweden. Rick Gerard finally sealed it when he scored an empty netter. Canada had won gold again. Then, 2 nights ago, a different twist. Canada won gold while watching outside the dressing room. Finland came back to tie Sweden, and Canada was #1 again. 5 different ways to win a championship. Each of them different in a very important respect, but similar in the most important aspect of all. And this was the scene yesterday at the Centrium in Red Deer as the Canadian players, after a night of celebrating their gold medal victory, got together for the team picture after winning the gold medal maybe a couple of days earlier than they thought they might be having this shot done, but relieved nonetheless that the three-peat was indeed in the bag. There's the captain, Todd Harvey, with perhaps the biggest smile of all. And now as we switch you live to the Centrium in Red Deer, here is the Canadian captain who in 3.5 hours from now will stride to center ice and accept the silver plate, emblematic of the World Junior Championship. Live from Red Deer, TSN presents the pregame warm-up from the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship. Tonight, the tournament wraps up as Team Canada takes on Sweden in a game that still does have medal implications, but not for Canada. Danny Cloutier will get the starting goal for Team Canada. He was sharp 3 nights ago against the Finns in Edmonton. He gets a chance to wrap up the tournament and then fly home to Sault Ste. Marie and get back on the trail for the OHL Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the pregame warm-up. I'm Gord Miller. Well, in some respects, tonight's game is something of an anticlimax. Team Canada has already clinched the gold medal, but there's a couple of things to keep in mind for the Canadians. One, they'd like to become the first Canadian team ever to go 7-0 at this tournament. Secondly, they really don't like the Swedes. Once upon a time, Canada-Russia was the big rivalry internationally. Now it's Canada-Sweden, especially in this tournament. Sweden has finished second in each of the last 3 years, and the Canadians really don't want to see the Swedes end up this tournament by celebrating anything. Of course, Canada already has its celebration out of the way after capturing the gold medal 2 nights ago with a victory over the Russians and Sweden's tie with Finland. It's Canada's 8th World Junior gold medal, and go back 95, 94, 93. Yes, indeed, it's the first ever three-peat for Team Canada. Now, as we mentioned a moment ago, there still are medals up for grabs. The silver and the bronze still have to be decided. Now, there was a game this afternoon here at the Centrium. It was the Russians taking on the Finns, as Finland was looking perhaps to grab a silver medal. Looked good early on. Antti Aalto scored the second finished goal, so there's a line of the Canadian fans who wanted to thank Finland for tying the Swedes the other night 2-0. But then the Russians just too strong. Igor Maliakos scores Russia's second goal to tie the game at 2. And before the end of the period, Andrei Koroluk, the man who was kicked out of the game against Canada a couple of nights ago, scores the goal to put the Russians up 3-2 after 2. In the third period, it was all Russia. Koroluk got his second. He was the player of the game for the Russians, who go on to score an empty net goal. They win it 6-2 over a Finnish team that perhaps peaked in this tournament when it tied Sweden the other night. So the Russians now will await the result of this game. Finland will not win a medal in this tournament. The United States, after a tough loss to Ukraine the other night, came back with 5 goals today, beat the Czech Republic 7-5. That game in Pinoco. The Czechs continuing to complain about the officiating in this tournament and say they're going to try to get something done about it. But after losing the United States like that, the Czechs can only blame themselves, you'd have to think. And also, Germany beat Ukraine by a count of 6-2, as the Germans actually rallied a bit late in the tournament with a couple of victories. Let's show you the standings now. And at the top, well, there you go. Team Canada 6-0. Russia now 5-2. Sweden is 4-1-1. So if Sweden can win the hockey game today, the Swedes would take the silver medal for an almost unbelievable 4th year in a row. Well, is going 7-0 enough to get the Canadians up for this hockey game? Is beating Sweden enough to get the Canadians motivated? You'd have to think so. For more thoughts on this hockey game, let's go to the men who will call it, Paul Romanek and Bob McKenzie.
Well, 7-0 would be the ultimate, and Bob and I were talking just a little bit before we came on camera, thinking back to the tournament in Gävle in Sweden when Perry Pern's team had a chance to go 7-0. And
they said all the right things, they did all the right things until they hit the ice, and they weren't prepared to play it. Now, Coach Don Hay had Alexander Daig, who was a member of that team in Gävle, stand up and address the team. And Alexander Daig said that the team wasn't prepared, that you can't just pay lip service to it. You can't say, oh, we're going to try hard. You have to actually get out there and do it. Now, whether or not that's going to work or not remains to be seen. This is a real mystery for everybody involved. Coach Don Hay hopes his team's ready to play tonight. He thinks they are. He says the leaders on this team really want this team to be perfect. He wants this team to be separate and different from every other national junior team Canada's had. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Bob was also talking to Tommy Tomp, the head coach of the Swedish team, before the game about a very bitter irony, which we'll talk to you about a little bit later on. Right now, here again's Gord Miller.
All right, thanks very much. Alexander Daig was a member of that Canadian team 2 years ago in Gävle. He has been very vocal to his teammates about how important it is to seize the opportunity. With more of tonight's game, here's our colleague Cam Moon.
While preparing for tonight's game, you could tell that Team Canada is still pumped and should give the same effort that they've given every night. But today will be bittersweet. They'll be happy in the fact that at the end of the game, they're all going to receive a gold medal, but sad because tomorrow they all have to go their separate ways. Talking with Marty Murray, Jeff O'Neill, and Nolan Baumgartner, they're of course ecstatic that the team's been successful, but you could see it in their eyes. They were genuinely sad when talking about tomorrow's goodbye.
All right, thanks very much, Cam. We've got more coming up from the pregame warm-up as Nolan Baumgartner and his Canadian teammates get set for the last game of the World Junior Hockey Championship. We're back right after this.
World Junior pregame warm-up. Brought to you by Labatt. Good things brewing.
Jason Allison told me yesterday he wonders how he'll play against some of these guys in the Ontario Hockey League. He wonders how he can go head-to-head with some of these guys who have been his teammates and his close friends for the last 3 weeks. That's tomorrow. Tonight, there is still Sweden and Jason Allison, one of the players back from last year who would dearly love to go 7-0 at this World Junior Championship. Well, this was the day most people thought would be the biggest of the World Junior Championship. All during the tournament, most people thought it'd be Canada and Sweden for the gold medal. It is not, because on day 6 of this championship, an unbelievable day in 2 different venues. First of all, Canada and Russia. The Russians open the scoring. Dmitry Kowalko rips one past Jamie Storr, 1-0. But the Canadians answer right back. It's Jason Allison with a tying goal, and it's all even again. Then Canada on the power play, and big Eric Daze with the tip in. Great hands, 2-1 Canada. Late in the first, it's Daze again. This time catches the rebound from in close, and it's 3-1 Canada after 1. Second period, Canada 3-2 until Alexander Korolek moves in and beats Storr. All of a sudden, the game is tied at 3. But Canada answers right back. It is Jamie Rivers right from the draw, and from the point, 4-3, Canada goes on top. Then before the period ends, Eric Daze, who some people thought was life and death to make the team, check this out, completes the hat trick, and the celebration begins as Canada goes on to win it 8-5. So the Canadians knew that their perfect record was intact. What they didn't know was that this was the game and the day that would clinch them the gold medal. At the Saddle Dome, it was Sweden and Finland. First period, Sweden dominating on the power play. Peter Ström moves in and puts it home. 1-0 the Swedes lead. Late in the second, Sweden with a comfortable 3-0 lead until Timo Salonen scores on the wraparound. Big goal for the Finns near the end of the period. Got them right back in the hockey game. 3-1 Sweden leads after 2 periods. Stays that way until 5.5 minutes left. Antti Aalto from the blue line. Henrik Smangs boots it, and the lead is down to 1. And then Jari Karolahati from the point. Let's go the blast. Ties the game at 3. The Swedes ejected. The Finns celebrate. And guess who had clinched the gold medal?
To win it once is a great feeling, but if you get a chance to win it twice, and especially on home soil, it's it's an experience that I'll never forget.
You become a family. I mean, you know, we're hugging and stuff like that throughout the whole tournament. It's just an incredible feeling, and to do it in Canada in front of all the Canadian viewers and everything, it's just a thrill. We're just happy we could do it for them.
Well, it was a tournament that saw everyone contribute in different ways, and in the gold medal clinching game for Canada, it was Eric Daze, the big man from the Quebec Junior League, who had 3 goals. As I mentioned before, some people thought he might not have the skating ability to make this team, but Coach Don Hay on the first day of practice said he loved this guy's hands, thought he could be a Dave Andrechuk type player for Team Canada, a power play specialist, the kind of guy who could score key goals. Well, he scored 3 of them in the clinching game for the Canadians. So here are the scoring leaders for the tournament so far. Marty Murray, as he had some kind of tournament for Canada, 14 points. He was on fire early on. And Jason Allison, some people criticized his play early on. 2 goals, but 11 big helpers for Team Canada. So the scoring lead still has to be, the scoring title still has to be decided in this tournament. And it looks like it'll come down to a couple Canadians, Marty Murray and Jason Allison. Well, aside from all the other drama on the games a couple of days ago, there was another amazing result from this World Junior Championship. Let's tell you about some of the other games that happened a couple of days ago. Of course, there was the Sweden-Finland game, 3-3. Czech Republic beat Germany 14-3. And then, of course, Ukraine beat U.S. 3-2. What? The Ukraine beat U.S. 3-2? You got to be kidding me. First period, game tied at 1. Landon Wilson bangs it home from in close. 2-1 U.S. leads after 1. And, of course, the Americans jogged from there, right? No, sir. Alexei Lazarenko with the steal. Goes coast to coast, door to door. Great move. Ties the game at 2 through 2 periods. And then with the crowd cheering them on in the third, it is Lazarenko again, all alone. This has got to be the upset of the tourney. Ukraine gets its first win and takes it by a final score of 3-2. Well, we can laugh about it, the U.S. losing to Ukraine, but there are those in the American hockey community, particularly scouts for U.S.-based teams, who believe that this performance by the United States may lead to a shakeup in USA hockey. Don't forget, the United States is the host nation for the World Junior Championship next year. The fans of the host nation this year are getting set to celebrate. We'll continue our pregame warm-up right after this. This is action from last year in the Czech Republic. Canada against Sweden. Yannick Dubé with a great shot makes it 1-0 in favor of the Canadians. Second period, the game is tied at 2. And watch Martin Gendron. Did he have a great tournament? This is one of his 2 on the night. Canada went up 3-2. Leads the third, Canada up by 1. Sweden needs only a tie to take the goal, putting on the pressure. But watch the game-saving play by Aaron Gavey. Canada adds an empty netter. And the Canadians, with a big sigh of relief, take the gold medal thanks to the victory over the Swedes last year at the World Junior Championship in the Czech Republic. There's Jeff O'Neill from Team Canada, nicknamed the Goods, and he has been good and then some in this tournament. The man whose responsibilities have been primarily defensive, but when he goes back to Guelph of the Ontario Hockey League, he'll go back to being one of the top scorers in all of major junior hockey. Well, it was something else 2 nights ago to see the way the Canadians did win the gold medal. Nolan Baumgartner said he wasn't sure it felt quite right winning it the way the Canadians did. But hey, when you go 6-0, no matter how you slice it, you deserve to be the champions. And here's how it went a couple of nights ago.
Just as good as last year, if not better, eh? Unbelievable feeling.
Hey, win any championship's unbelievable. Win it for your country. Hey, and you know, it's a great feeling.
Canada is just the best country for hockey, and you know we have all kinds of support from the Canadian Amateur Hockey Association, and all the coaches have been through the system. Just can't do enough for us, and that's why we win, because we have you know, the grit and heart of the Canadians, and you know, it's just a great feeling right now.
We got the catch. We got the catch. Number 2 and 3 in a row. We'll take it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 1995 World Junior Championship team.
Well, later that night, as had been scheduled, the Canadians went to a reception held by sponsors and dignitaries here in Red Deer. What the dignitaries didn't know is that this turned out to be part of Team Canada's gold medal celebration, thanks to the Sweden 3-3 tie with Finland. One of the players who was there is talked to our Cam Moon.
Team Canada's Jeff O'Neill. Jeff, has this gold medal really sunk in yet?
Kind of, not really, but we watched a video before we came here, over the past, Team Canada teams, and hasn't really sunk in that we're going to be on one of those videos one day, and it's really a great feeling.
How is the motivation for tonight's game?
I think some people, might misunderstand us. I think we're going to go out there and lollygag and not try, but that's not, no teams have gone 7-0 for Canada, and we're pretty motivated. We got a pretty good rivalry with the Swedes, and we're really looking forward to this game.
Is there one moment in this whole tournament that really stands out in your mind?
I think there's a couple. I think we spent a week in Grand Prairie, and that whole week stuck out in my mind. It really brought us close together. We all had to share the same bathroom, and we had no TVs, and it really brought us close together. And my favorite memory would be probably when Jamie Rivers scored the big goal against the Czechs. I just lost control of myself when he scored that one. It was probably the biggest goal that any teammate of mine's ever scored.
Jeff O'Neill and Team Canada trying to make a 7-0 perfect record tonight.
Thanks very much, Cam. I'm with Sheldon Ferguson, the Director of Player Personnel for the CHL. Sheldon, what's the ingredient? What makes a successful recipe here?
Well, it's hard to say. There's so many things, Gordy. This isn't something that just happens over the last couple of weeks. I think the program of excellence just does an outstanding job, starting at the under-18, under-17 level at the provincial level, and then going to the under-18, and then to get to this level. We know our players so well. We do as much work picking our coaches today as we do the players, and that has proven to be working out very good. I've had the opportunity to work with Perry Pern in Sweden and Joe Canali last year in Czechoslovakia, and this year with Don Hay and his staff, and there's just so many things, Gordy.
Sheldon, 3 years ago, before the 3P, people were talking about what was wrong with the Canadian Program of Excellence after a tough tournament in Duisburg, Germany. What did you learn from that, and how successful did you think it would become?
Well, I think the one thing that we were taught in Germany is definitely the importance of team chemistry, and the one policy that we instituted after that you're either in with us from the beginning or you're not, and people have to be here from the start, so that's the key.
Sheldon Ferguson, congratulations on building a great program, and you got some work to do hopefully with Hartford pretty quick, so we'll let you get to it. Sheldon Ferguson, the Director of Player Personnel for CHA, and yes, he does have a job lined up in the NHL, so don't worry about Shelley having spare time on his hands after the tournament. Get ready for the Canadians to come out. The gold medal celebration is on deck.
At just 15 years old, Belleville Bulls center Daniel Cleary is the youngest player in the OHL this season. One of the league's leading scorers, Cleary hails from Riverhead, Newfoundland, population 1,000.
Really good town, everyone knows everyone, really close-knit, and a lot of good friends around the surrounding communities, and they're really supportive of my community.
A small-town boy making it big in the Ontario Hockey League, Daniel Cleary is an obvious choice as an ESO achiever.
The pregame warm-up continues from the Centrium in Red Deer as Team Canada gets set to try and go 7-0 and become the first Canadian team to do it at the World Junior Championship. Welcome back to Red Deer, everybody. Before this tournament, not many people knew who Don Hay was, but you can bet that they know now because Don Hay has been superb coaching in this tournament. Don Hay standing by with Paul Romanek.
All right, we're on the bench with Don Hay. This is unusual right off the bat in that he's usually not sitting down when he's in the bench area. Have you lit up the victory cigar yet, or do you still want to go right to the bitter end with intensity?
Well, Paul, we haven't. I don't smoke, number one, and I don't want to get sick smoking a cigar. But I think that we celebrated a little bit the other night, and it was a good feeling. And I think the next morning is even that much more satisfying when you can wake up and know that you know, you're on one of the best teams in the world right now, and you know, hopefully we can make it the best team by going 7-0, and that's what our goal is. That's what we've talked about the last little while, and you know, I think it'd be quite an honor to be able to say that, and to go 7-0 in this kind of tournament at home would even be that much more of an honor.
I hear you went for a run and you felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted off your shoulders. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I do. It's you know, I guess, you know, you're basically in a no-win situation kind of where, you know, everybody expects you to win, and you know, what we want to do is just do our best. And, you know, if our best got us a silver, then, you know, we could live with that. But, you know, winning the goal is a bonus. We've always talked about that. And, you know, it is a lot of pressure, and I thought our guys really handled it well. And, you know, the way we handled it was by having some fun, having some laughs, and be able to joke with each other and, you know, joke about each other, I guess. And that's what brought the team close together. You know, skating outside on the pond in Grand Prairie was a start of it. And like I say, just the closeness of the hockey team is very satisfying.
Hey, finally, I want to put to rest an ugly rumor. Rumor has it from some of my inside sources that you're threatening. Hope you're enjoying all this, because I'm going back to the fire department once it's over. True or not true?
Well, I always use that to threaten, and I think it would have, you know, even, no, not really. I'm not saying. I like to threaten, but, you know, I just like to get back to Kamloops, get out of the limelight a little bit, and get on with the Blazers, and hopefully lead them to another Memorial Cup.
Hey, I'm sure you're a great fireman, but I'm guessing you're an even better coach. You've had a lot of success. Congratulations and good luck.
Well, thanks a lot, Paul. It's been a pleasure, and you know, I just want to say hello to everybody that supported us all across Canada. It's been a great honor.
All right, still one to go. Should be a great one tonight against Sweden. Gord?
Thanks very much, Paul. Just how big is this one? Well, as one Canadian player said to me today, I haven't heard anybody else's anthem yet at this World Junior Championship, and I sure don't want to start tonight, the night we get our gold medals. Here's some of the Canadian players on the importance of trying to be 7-0.
Well, I think it's very important. It's never been done, so I think we got a special team here, so we kind of want to prove it. I guess a couple of years ago they had a chance to do it and they never did it, and I guess that's their biggest regret, so we're definitely going to try to do it tonight.
Yeah, Alex had mentioned it yesterday actually in our meeting, and last year was a little different scenario. You know, we tied Russia in the middle of the tournament, but the year before they played in Sweden, and they were 6-0, and then the last game they lost to the Czechs. They already won the gold, and I guess he was saying, you know, they weren't really motivated, and they weren't ready, and we want to make sure we're ready.
Oh yeah, definitely is. You know, it's no other team has ever done that, Canada team, and we want to make history tonight. You know, going against Sweden, you want to try to beat them because, you know, they're the biggest competition in this tournament. So
I guess if we go 7-0, I guess you could say this was the best Canadian team of all time.
Well, for Sweden, the only consolation here is to try to finish second for a fourth consecutive year. They say nice guys finish last, but in the case of Swedish coach Tommy Tomp, it's the case of a nice guy finishing second a lot. To talk more about Tommy Tomp, here again are Paul and Pub.
Tommy's a really nice guy, and he's somebody who we've come to find out has a very ironic sense of humor.
He was talking a little bit about his history of playing Team Canada and talking about motivating his players for this game. He says they're going to be highly motivated. Winning the silver is still a big deal for them. It's not like in Canada. But Tommy says, you know, a couple of years ago, and a few years ago in Gävle, Sweden, he says, we lost to Canada. We lost the gold medal. In Ostrava in the Czech Republic a year ago, we lost to Canada and we lost the gold medal. He says this year, he says, I have a feeling we're going to beat Canada. Do we win the gold medal? No, the best we can do is the silver medal. And he kind of thought that was kind of humorous. He actually laughed. He said he might even start crying.
You wonder what his future might be in the elite coaching program. This is his fourth year, and he still never managed to win gold with his club.
Different set of expectations when you're dealing with the Swedes. Talked to Jesper Mattsson yesterday and said, will there be a big negative fallout back in Sweden because of this not winning the gold medal? And he says, no. He says, it's you Canadians that are too crazy about hockey, and he's absolutely right. We certainly are, and that's why the medal standard is always gold for Team Canada.
And Canadians will go crazy, as crazy Canadians. If this team can go 7-0, no other Canadian team has ever done that at this tournament. Gord?
Thanks very much, guys. And for Sweden, it might just be 4 straight silvers for Tommy Tomp. Back more from the pregame warm-up right after this.
World Junior pregame warm-up. Brought to you by Labatt. Good Things Brewing.
The fans are getting into the Centrium and getting into the spirit of things, not to mention some of their clothing. Flags are everywhere for Canadian fans who are getting set for a gold medal celebration and perhaps even a celebration of perfection as Team Canada tries to become the first Canadian team at the World Junior Hockey Championship to go 7-0. And the sign says it all. Coming up next, Canada and Sweden to wrap up the 95 World Junior Championship. We'll have it for you right here on TSN.
This is TSN. Coast to coast, you're watching TSN, the sports network.
The following is a presentation of TSN and Canadian hockey.
With the gold firmly in its grasp, Canada has just one piece of unfinished business, to go 7-0. It's never been done by a Canadian team. Canada's first gold medal winner in 1982 was 6-1. In 1985, Canada went undefeated, but finished with 2 ties on a team that featured Wendell Clark and Adam Creighton. 1988 was a team led by Captain Theron Fleury, 6 wins and 1 tie. In 1993 in Gävle, Sweden, Canada had its best chance to go 7-0. With the gold already clinched, Canada had to win its last game, but a loss to the Czechs left them at 6-1. Last year in the Czech Republic, Canada was golden again. The only blemish on a perfect record, a tie against Russia. Canada was 6-0-1. So there is one more thing that can set this year's team above all the rest. Apart from already three-peating, Canada has a chance to win all 7 games. Team Canada, already first, now looking to be number 1. It began 3 years ago in Gävle, Sweden, when Team Canada rebounded from a disappointing performance the year before to capture gold. It continued last year in the Czech Republic with a Canadian team that dominated the tournament. And the three-peat completed this year as Canada beat Russia and then watched another team help them out. The Swedes could hardly believe their bad luck in this tournament. 3 consecutive silver medals coming in. The Swedes thought they were heading for a gold medal showdown with Canada. But then Sweden allowed 2 late goals to Finland. The gold was gone, but 1 game remains. The question is, can Sweden rebound and once again find a silver lining?
TSN and the Canadian Hockey Association are proud to present exclusive coverage of the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship from the Centrium in Red Deer, Alberta. Brought to you by Air Canada for all the world of hockey. And by Imperial Oil and Esso Associates. You're on your way with Esso.
After Team Canada painted the town gold, Canadian fans will respond by painting the Centrium red tonight in Sweden against Canada to wrap up the 95 World Junior Hockey Championship. Hi, everybody, and welcome to TSN's continuing coverage of the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship. I'm Gord Miller. What's it like to win the gold medal and then have to play again? Well, as Canadian captain Todd Harvey put it would be like winning the Stanley Cup and then having to wait 2 days to get it. The Canadians spent a sleepless night last night waiting for this evening, the night they'll get their gold medals. But before that, yes, the Canadians are focused on another goal, to go 7-0. And it's not just words. This Canadian team would dearly love to be remembered as the best team Canada has ever sent to this championship. Being the first Canadian team ever to go perfect at 7-0 would certainly help do that. Now, this game also decides the silver medals today. Earlier in this arena, Russia defeated Finland by a score of 6-2. The Finns led that game 2-0 at one point. Sweden must win this game today to take the silver medal. Other games today, the Czechs took on the United States. The U.S. scored 5 times in the second period, beat the Czechs by a count of 7-5. So the Americans now will be the host team for next year and perhaps have something to take out of that. The other game to tell you about today had Germany beating Ukraine by a count of 6-2. So tonight's game is the final game in this World Junior Championship. You'd like it to decide the gold. It will decide the silver. And for the Canadians, 1 goal is left to hear the national anthem at the end of the game one more time and stay perfect. To talk more about the game, here again are Paul Romanuk and Bob McKenzie.
Well, it's really strange after the last few years to have a game between Canada and Sweden that isn't a highly significant game for Canada. Now, it is in some way, but it won't decide who gets the gold medal. Interesting coming into this tournament, Bob. Sweden wanted to play a more North American style, more aggressive offensively, but as the tournament has gone on, they've reverted back to their traditional, more defensive European style.
And that is because most of the teams they play, of course, are European teams. It'll be interesting to see how the Swedes come out tonight. The Swedes played a preseason game, or pre-tournament game, against Canada and Grand Prairie. Canada won that game, but no one has ever seen the Swedes more aggressive than they were in that game. They came out, they forced the Canadians, they played very aggressively, very tough, almost to prove how tough they were. And they lost that game, but they were certainly gearing up, expecting a gold medal game tonight. I still think they're going to come out and really go at the Canadians hard. Winning the silver is very important for them.
Early goal by Sweden might be a bit of a wake-up call. You wonder if that might be a good thing almost.
Certainly wouldn't hurt at all for Canada to have a goal scored on early and make them realize they're in a hockey game and they want to make sure they acquit themselves well. They don't want to win the gold medal at the end of the game, which they've already won, having lost by 5 or 6 goals. That would be a bit of an embarrassment.
It's not for gold, but it's for perfection for Canada. Gord?
And the Canadian players are coming out onto the ice in the Centrium to a rousing ovation from this crowd in Red Deer. The fans here have loyally cheered their team on, and now they rise to their feet to salute the 1995 World Junior Hockey Champions, a team they hope will cap off this tournament by going 7-0, finishing a three-peat with a perfect record, and no doubt a team that will deserve to be remembered as perhaps the best our country has ever sent to this tournament. Back with more right after this.
Sweden in the royal purple with the gold trim, getting all set for a silver medal matchup against Canada. Starting lineups brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates. Big line right up front hasn't been big enough for them often enough in this tournament. Sundstrom, Sparkvedet, and Matson back in the blue line. Matthias Ullin not in the game he would have played had it been a gold medal game, but he doesn't want to take any chances with the injury. Jonas Forsberg will get the start. Henrik Svangs played the last game for Sweden, and that heartbreaker against Finland. For Canada and their push towards perfection, nothing is going to change up front. Why would it? The big threesome, Dave, Friesen, and Harvey have been flying. Marty Murray is the leading scorer in this tournament. And back in the blue line, lots of firepower. Great tournament by Brian McCabe. He sparkled, so is the 17-year-old Wade Redden. The defense has been pretty good, all in all. Dan Kluche will get the start in this game. Dan could be back with the national junior team next year, so this is great experience for him. Canada and Sweden coming up before we get to the opening face-off. First, let's join our public address announcer for the opening ceremonies.
As a special feature of Canadian hockey programs, youngsters in each community are provided the opportunity by ESSO to experience a dream by becoming a member of Team Canada for a day. Please welcome 8-year-old Stephen Pattison, who's going to experience a dream this evening by participating as a member of Team Canada. Stephen will be entered in a draw to win a trip to the 95 World Hockey Championship in Sweden, compliments of ESSO and Air Canada. ESSO retailers and agents are proud to sponsor ESSO Medals of Achievement. Each year, ESSO presents medals to over 75,000 minor hockey players across Canada who are selected as the most dedicated, most sportsmanlike, and most improved players on their teams. Representing the ESSO Medals of Achievement program tonight is Davro Clements. 8-year-old Davro, who plays for Dick's Tire, was a recipient of the ESSO Medal of Achievement Most Improved Player Award for his team. Davro is accompanied tonight by the premier sponsors of Canadian hockey. Representing ESSO is Mr. Roger Purdy, Vice President and General Manager. Representing Air Canada is Mr. Jack Wallace, Director of Corporate Sales. Also participating in tonight's ceremonies, representing the Alberta government and Alberta Lotteries, an official sponsor of the 1995 World Junior Championship, is the Honorable Stockwell Day. Joining our sponsors, please welcome Mr. Joe Richard, Vice Chairman at Large, Canadian Hockey, and Mr. Gary Sayre, President, World Junior Championship Association. We would ask the team captain of the two teams to come to center ice to exchange gifts, as is the custom in international hockey, and to participate in the official opening face-off to be performed by Davro Clements.
The ceremonial puck drop is complete, and everybody's here to see if Canada can go 7-0. We'll have the puck drop for real when we return to Red Deer right after this.
Since the beginning, you could always rely on the airport for wonderful gifts. Fine restaurants, and a splendid place to rent a great set of wheels. Thrifty Car Rental.
Rent from Thrifty and get a long-distance card good for 5 free minutes with a donation to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind.
So wherever you are in Canada, in your neighborhood, or at any major airport, we're there. Your neighborhood Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the capital of the wonderful land of Canadian cheese. On your left is the fabulous Fontina Fountain. Note its watermelon brochettes. And here it comes, the magnificent Monterey Jack Monument. And our national garden alive with fresh Colby and blue cheese. Finally, we have the Golden Gouda Palace. Don't forget our delicious cheeses at our souvenir shop.
Welcome to the land of Canadian cheese.
Canada is already better than the rest, but now they want to be the best. No Canadian team has ever gone 7-0. The last team to go 7-0 at the World Junior Championship, the USSR, back in 1986, when the tournament was held in Hamilton. They went 7-0 and rained on Canada's parade. The referee for this game is Gerhard Müller. He is from Germany. Oleg Luskin is from Ukraine. Alexander Polyakov is from Russia.
Coach Don Hay really going to the motivational well, if you like, today. Fixing up the dressing room, all sorts of new inspirational slogos, all sorts of new pictures and baubles and bagels and beads, and just about anything he could do. He desperately wants to win this hockey game. He talked to Coach Perry Pern, who 3 years ago in Yavla had an opportunity to go 7-0. Perry Pern says to this day he still has an empty feeling about the way Team Canada played against the Czech Republic in Game 7 of the Yavla World Junior Championships.
And let's go. Canada in red, Sweden in purple. Puck cleared back. Dick Tarnstrom there to pick it up. He's given a bump by Daze. Puck comes out, rolled in wide of the net. Here's Anders Eriksson. He's under immediate pressure. McCabe's up there. Harvey along the wall trying to get it out for Canada. As Allen sitting back at the point. Daze out high in the circle. Allen trying to drill it through. McCabe up there after it. Digging down on the corner. Allison is back at the blue line taking McCabe's spot. Puck kept in by Allen. Here's Harvey. Harvey moving in front. Daze with a shot. That's knocked away. Rebound fired up around the boards. Here's Allen coming up after it. He shoots one wide. Svartvedet just going to bat it out. Canada with some real jump to start things off.
A good start. They look like they're mentally prepared. Big Brian McCabe up on left wing. A defenseman sometimes gets started up on the left wing to give a physical boost. Spokane Chiefs coach Brian Maxwell, ex-Chiefs coach, used to do that against the Blazers. Don Hay used to kill it sometimes with a big hit or a big goal, and that's why he starts them there in Team Canada occasionally.
Here comes Marty Murray on the way in. Corville and Allison up there. Murray into the corner, and he is manhandled there along the boards. Puck bouncing around. Axelson trying to get it out. Murray and Allison both working. Finally, the puck poked out. Here's Redden back to pick it up. Sweden getting in a line change. Tommy Tom desperately wanted gold, but would still be happy with the 4th silver in a row for Sweden. Donovan after the puck for Friesen. Puck comes up ahead. Here comes Soderberg. He can motor. Trying to wheel in, and Soderberg just pushed off the puck. He couldn't get around Redden. Soderberg after it along the boards. Puck comes back. Filstrom with a shot. Cloutier's got it, and he will hold on.
Dan Cloutier, first-round pick of the New York Rangers, member of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, and a lot of people talking about this team, talking about there being 2 francophones on the team, Alexander Daig and Eric Daze. There's actually 3. Cloutier makes a good save from the point on Filstrom. Cloutier, born in Mont-Laurier, Quebec, spent 7 or 8 years there before going to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and Paul, you said it. Tommy Top dearly would have loved gold. That was the focus. Now the best they can do is a silver, but he still wants that.
Tarnstrom moves up, ready, aim, fire, and that one goes screaming up over the glass. Dick Tarnstrom had lots of room to walk in and wire it.
Well, part of the Swedes' problem in this tournament, and certainly not the reason why they're not playing for the gold, is that they've had some injuries on the blue line. Dick Tarnstrom missed a couple of games with an ankle injury. He's back and healthy, scored 2 goals against the Russians. Everybody's tied up. Everybody thinks they've got their man, but Noah's going out and giving them all sorts of room. Deflected up and over the glass.
Puck fired on there. Cloutier knocks it away. So the first bit of pressure from Sweden. We're just underway. It's Canada and Sweden. Canada looking to be the first Canadian team ever at the World Junior Championship to go perfect. 7-0. Not a loss, not a tie. Cloutier fields that one off the glass, and he will hang on to it.
Oh, Dan Cloutier getting the start in this game. Played in a couple of games earlier in this tournament. Acquitted himself very well. Canada's goaltending has not been dominant, but boy, it's been as good a 1-2 punch as anybody in this tournament. Dan Cloutier on the ice and Jamie Storr on the bench. Goaltending has really been suspect for a lot of the teams in this tournament. Canada's not one of them, and it's one of their big advantages in international hockey.
Had a chance to talk to Jamie Storr the other day, and he said there was no Aaron Gavey in that game against the Czech Republic when I made that great glove save. That was all me. And what a stop it was. Botterill trying to get down into the corner. He was happy to acknowledge the contribution of Gavey to that gold medal stop 1 year ago against Sweden, but he said it was nice to have people maybe stop talking about that and talk about the great glove save that I made against the Czech Republic, and what a grab that was.
This guy's got more gold medals than he knows what to do with. Under 17 title, under 18 world title, last year's World Junior Championship, another gold medal from this year, and he was the #3 goaltender on last year's Senior Men's Championship that won the gold medal, Milan, Italy. Just basically along for the ride to get acclimatized to that game.
And depending how things turn out with the NHL labor situation, don't be shocked if you see Jamie Storr at the World Championship again. Murray fires one in, rebound in front, Allison crashing the front of the net. Puck in back of the goal. Here's Jesper Mattsson. Allen clears it back up there. Murray looking for it. Source Corville, but the puck moved up. Sundstrom will clear it in. Mattsson closing in hard. Sundstrom following up on the play. Looking for someone in front of the net. That puck tapped wide. Sundstrom in back of the goal. Nobody in front yet. Tarnqvist trying to get loose back at the left point. Svartvedet is parked in the slot. Here's Sundstrom. Gets it out in front. Anderson Yuko with a shot. Puck off the glass, up around the boards, cleared back in. Swedes with some good pressure here. Baumgartner chopped in the play. Allen gets rid of it quickly. Pass up ahead to Corville. A little bit too far for him. It'll head all the way down the ice. Icing is waved off, and Don Hay gets in some changes. And whoops, Johan Finstrom caught an edge. Sorkin moves it up. Here's Filstrom. Just stepped out of the way of the hit. Here's Tucker up there for Canada. Bumping off of Finstrom. And on the way comes Sweden. Davidson up to the line. Peter Storm going for the front of the net. Davidson rolls it in front. Storm was dumped on the play. He gets back up, but O'Neill stuck to him.
Good back-checking job by O'Neill. Followed his man all the way back. The puck finally came to him, and he was able to strip him of it.
That was Peter Storm, who he was watching very closely. Puck dumped in. The Swedes make changes on the go. Good pace to this game in the early going between Canada and Sweden. It's 0-0. 15.5 minutes to go in the first period. The final game of the 1994-95 World Junior Hockey Championship. Canada, gold medal champions for the 3rd year in a row. Sweden looking for its 4th silver in as many years. Soderberg going after it. Carlson gives his man a bump. Soderberg out there at the circle. He's all teed up for the shot. Doesn't get a chance to take it. Friesen pokes it away from him. Puck in back of the goal. Good pressure by the Swedes. Puck coming back towards Eriksson. He'll lunge at it, able to keep it in. Good job by Eriksson. Ottoson along the boards. Number 19 for Sweden. Trying to get loose. He's up there with Soderberg. Carlson as well. Trying to jab that puck loose. Here's Carlson. Carlson working it around. Gets it back to Soderberg. Back to Carlson. Puck rolls there. Ottoson in front of the net. Carlson centers it. Puck rolls away, and Canada will break out to center. Here comes Friesen. He's got Daig with him. Friesen in deep. Out to Daig. He fired it wide. Now Baumgartner leaping up there. He's after that puck. It comes up around the boards. Here's Friesen. Feathers it down into the corner. Daze moving up, bumps his man along the boards. He's knocked to the ice. He got tangled up there with Anders Eriksson. Long pass up ahead. Johansson trying to get loose. Great pace to this one. Puck rolls in. Forsberg plays it up. He'll bounce it out. This is Allen for Canada. This throws it up the middle. Peterson now with it. He and Daze get tangled up. Botterill trying to chase it down. Bumping Turnquist. Eriksson moves it up. All the way down into Canadian territory. And finally, no icing. It's waved off. Puck into the corner. Here's Peterson. Baumgartner. He rolls it up. Daze. Here comes Botterill to the line with Peterson. Flips it down into the corner. Turnquist hustling back there to pick it up for Sweden. Sundstrom circling in the middle. The puck doesn't come to him. This is Corville. Murray in front, shooting, just fired it wide. Sundstrom was watching him. Murray just darting towards the front of the net with a chance. He's got it again. Gets it back to the line. Puck fired wide. Murray will come after it again along the boards. Redden can't keep it in. Here comes Sorkin rushing in. Murray going to the front of the net. Corville's up there too. Puck finally batted out. Redden flips it down in back of the goal. Allison up there sneaking around. Can't get it. Sundstrom long pass. He just missed Svartvedet. Corville throws it up. Svartvedet will start back. Allison gloves that one. And finally, we get a stoppage. That must have been, 4.5 minutes, no whistle. Take a breather.
Hockey. It's been a part of Canada for as long as anyone can remember. It's entertained us, thrilled us, and given us national pride. At Esso, we believe these dreams build not just champions on ice, but champions in life. That's why we're proud sponsors of hockey in communities all across Canada, from the Esso Medals of Achievement to team sponsorships through to the Hockey Hall of Fame. Through our Esso Kids program, we'll continue to be there as long as there's a patch of ice and kids with dreams. The 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship, brought to you in part by your local McDonald's restaurant and by Canadian Dairy Products, naturally the best.
Oh, a good opportunity for Marty Murray. Larry Corville does the corner work. And a good play by Nicholas Sundstrom, the New York Ranger first rounder, just to hook the stick of Marty Murray, captain of the Brandon Wheat Kings and the leading scorer in this tournament, in all alone. Just unable to get that shot exactly where he wanted it.
Like I said, Sweden playing a really conservative defensive style so far.
Now you want to go out, they want to play Canada very aggressive. This team was built to play against the Canadians. It was built to play a Canadian-style game. Now they're going to test their theory and see if it works practically.
Up along the boards, Tucker and Donovan trying to pitch the puck loose. Donovan right up and over top of his man, Finstrom. We're in bull riding country, and that was a pretty good demonstration there. Davidson just turns away from the checker. Tucker moving up there. Here's Finstrom. Lead pass a little bit too far for Filstrom. And icing is called on Sweden. 11:53 to go in the first period. 0-0 hockey game, the finale to the World Junior Championship.
Well, we talked about Marty Murray being the leading scorer in the tournament. Right behind him, Brian McCabe and Jason Allison. McCabe, though, is a defenseman. Just done a marvelous job. Coming into this tournament, there was a real lack of experience on defense for Coach Don Hay. Brian McCabe played on this team last year. He was basically the number 7 man. This year, he was being counted on to be number 1 or number 2, and he has lived up to all expectations. He's jumped into the attack. He's made some big hits. He's played solid defensively. One of the many captains on this team. He captains the Spokane Chiefs of the Western Hockey League. Just being an all-around force for Team Canada.
Puck comes back. Allen shooting it. That's knocked away. Forsberg got it. Allen hustling back to pick it up. Soderberg watching him. Carlson giving a bump along the boards. Offside called on Sweden.
Well, part of the Team Canada game plan today is to do what they do so well, and that is to play physically, to get in the face of the Swedes and really put the Swedish faces up against the glass. And one of the guys that does that better than anybody is Todd Harvey. He was outstanding at it last year. when he was a crucial part of last year's team that won a gold medal. And so far throughout this tournament, he's continued to do the same. Watch for him to make some big hits on the Swedes, especially on the deep penetration on the forecheck.
Forsberg clears it up. Daig, Harvey, and Friesen out there for Canada. What a great line to watch this has been during the tournament. Now we're in a foot race. Allen back to pick it up. He got there before Carlson. Daig trying to chip it away. Ottoson muscles his way in over the blue line. He's nose to nose against Baumgartner. Puck finally just fired in by Finstrom. Up around the boards. Ottoson after it. Gets it around back of the net. Soderberg comes up there. Soderberg, number 10, moves in. He's bumping there with Daig. Finally, it hops loose. Daig with Soderberg watching him. Here comes Friesen. Look at Daig exploding up there to join the rush. He'll go flying down in back of the net, bumping with his man. Puck comes out. Here's Redden. Shoots. That's knocked away. Rebound, scores. Harvey.
But watch Alexander Daig take the body. He knocks his man off the puck. Anders Eriksson. That allowed Jeff Friesen to put the puck into the slot. There's a big shot by Wade Redden. The rebound comes out and Todd Harvey puts it underneath Jonas Forsberg. Nice move by Jeff Friesen to get it out in front. Big Wade Redden, the big shot from the point. Todd Harvey right in the thick of things. But I'll tell you what, Alexander Daig showing he really belongs, that he can play the physical game as well as the finesse. Anders Eriksson is a much bigger, much stronger player than Daig, but Daig took him off the puck, allowing Friesen to put it out in front.
And what about the speed of Daig? He just came out of nowhere to make that a 2-on-1 situation. Went flying up there with the head. Great effort. And Canada's on top. 9:25, the time of the goal. Friesen and Redden assist on Harvey's goal. This is Allen back for Canada. Up for Botterill. Jesper Matson knocks it down. Sundstrom takes a whack at it. Anderson Junka up to the line, over to Matson. Delayed penalty coming up. And the penalty going against Sweden. When we come back, that deadly Canadian power play will take to the ice.
Overall, it's the most powerful line of trucks on the planet. A line of trucks built by people who look at things a little differently. From the company that puts an airbag in every single one. A line of trucks that from one end to the other simply refuses to follow the rules. From Dodge, Canada's truck stop.
Nicholas Sundstrom gets into a bit of a match with Jason Botterill. Right at the top of your screen, coming back down the ice, just basically tackles him when he loses his stick, gets a little frustrated, takes an undisciplined penalty. We've seen that throughout this tournament. The other teams are the ones that are losing their cool, not playing discipline. Todd Harvey's got the goal that gave Canada a 1-0 lead.
The power play 1 year ago was about 25%. It was the best in the tournament. This year it is still the best in the tournament, but it's up around 42%. What a stat. Here's McCabe. Rivers over at the left point. He's got a great shot. We've seen that on several occasions in the power play. Scores! Allison makes it 2-0.
Jason Allison, all sorts of points in this tournament. 2 goals, 9 assists coming in tonight's game. We haven't seen him as dominant with the puck to score goals as we have at various times in his career, but I'll tell you what, this is classic Jason Allison. Right upstairs over top of the goaltender's glove, comes out, he has an opportunity to put it out to Jamie Rivers into the slot, but he goes for the shot, he makes it count, picks it right off the board. Those are the kind of goals Jason Allison scored last year in the Czech Republic. Very effective down low. Nobody on Team Canada is strong on the puck as he is. And And the power play just continues to be devastating.
Todd Harvey and Brian McCabe pick up the assist on the power play goal from Allison. Swedish player down on the ice. Back with more after this.
Please don't go.
From the heart of the wilderness to the ends of the earth, he fought the battles that made him a hero and the madness that made him a legend.
I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you forever.
Brad Pitt, Anthony Hopkins, Legends of the Fall.
At theaters January 13th.
That was Anders Soderberg, who was down in the ice. He's okay, got up under his own steam, made his way back to the bench.
It was Alexander Daigle who put his man Soderberg up against the board. He hits the big ones, he hits the little ones. Soderberg's about 5'8". Jeff O'Neill did a nice job here, taking his man out of the play, allowing Allison to come out of the corner. That was number 8, Anders Eriksson, the big Detroit Red Wing first rounder. O'Neill did a nice job of tying off in front of the net to give Allison the room to move.
Teams at even strength. Canada leading by a score of 2-0. 2 quick goals at 9:25 from Todd Harvey. Jason Allison scored at 10:34 on the power play. It'll be interesting to see how Sweden bounces back from this. We talked about the prospect of Sweden maybe getting an early goal against the Canadian team, perhaps wouldn't be as fired up.
They didn't need the wake-up call today.
Not at all.
The wake-up call has definitely been delivered long before this game. Coach Don Hayes said he hoped to have them focused and true to form, and Coach Tommy Tom's team's the one that looks a little disoriented out there, having a real tough time. And he said his team was highly motivated to get the silver. Looks like quite the opposite right now.
Canada looking to go perfect, 7-0. No Canadian team has ever done that at the World Junior Championship. Here's Johansson. Works it up ahead, back with a shot. He just missed. First from up there after it, knocked to the ice by Redden. And Wade Redden starts off for Canada. 3 Canadians come across center. Redden up there. Smith all alone in front. Following up in the play, Donovan couldn't get the shot on goal. Johansson trying to get it up to Junka. Tucker all alone in front. Pass coming out towards him, tipped away. Sundstrom up to the line. Cuts across, waiting for his teammates to catch up. Here's Johansson. Flips it right across in front. Kluche boots at it. Puck in back of the net now. Matson trying to center it. Sundstrom up there as well. Puck flipped outside the line. Matson throws it across. Tarnstrom will clear that puck in for Sweden. Matson and Svartvedet moving up after it. This is Baumgartner now for Canada. Lead pass up to Botterill. Steps up, rolls it in on goal. Dese almost knocked it down into the net. He's in the corner battling Tarnstrom. Tarnqvist comes away with it. Tried to get that long pass up the middle to hit Svartvedet, who had moved in behind the Canadian defense. Here's Tarnstrom. Sundstrom winds his way up. Matson in over the blue line. Sundstrom going towards the front of the net. Svartvedet is up there as well. Sundstrom along the boards. Here's Botterill. Svartvedet checking him. Pushes it back up to Matson. Sundstrom after. Great work by Botterill. Gets it loose, and here comes Peterson. He's by himself. Canada on a line change. Peterson shoots, scores! It's 3-0 Canada, batten down the hatches.
Some good man-to-man coverage in the Canadian defensive zone. Jason Botterill looks like he's going to turn it over, but he doesn't. It comes back down the ice. Dennis Peterson shows some great speed, and the New Jersey Devil first rounder from the Prince Albert Raiders goes one-on-one with his man, blocker and in. They want to fire lots of shots at this goaltender, Jonas Forsberg. They don't think he's that good.
Back they come. Murray in there. It's just fired wide. Canada just flying. They've got 3, looking for 4. Murray along the boards. Now Strome comes away with it. Up to Axelson. He'll just clear it in. This Canadian team is on fire. Up 3-0. And we're nowhere near out of the first period yet. Still 6:17 to go. Here comes Marty Murray on the way. He's got Corville with him. Murray rolls it back to the net. Corville up there after it. Tried to get it out in front to Allison. Corville comes in over the line. Spun around. Tried to get it up there to Allison, but it's cleared back out. Lee Sorkin comes over to pick it up. And Canada making some changes. Daig, Harvey, Friesen come over the boards. And enjoy every moment of watching these 3 play together. You won't see them again. Puck in front of the net. Davidson trying to get a shot on goal. Or at least you won't see them together again on the same team in the very near future. Daig gets it back out to the line. Tarnqvist trying to fire it in on goal. Here's Harvey. Rolls it up ahead. Friesen going after it. Daig coming in the second wave. Trying to get it in front. Daig back in the goal. He's got Harvey. Gets it out to him. Harvey shoots. Puck comes back out. Daig knocked to the ice. Couldn't pick it up that time. Here comes Carlson. Up to the line. Just up along the boards. Harvey tying up his man. Soderberg got a weak shot on goal. Cloutier, no problem handling that. Here's Soderberg. This dumps it into the corner. Heads up after it. Cloutier leaves it there for Baumgartner. 4:53 to go in the first period. Canada leading 3-0 against Sweden. Sweden must win this game to clinch a silver medal. Canada has already won the gold, but a win would make them perfect. 7-0. And no Canadian team has ever done that. Tommy Tom with a few problems in his hands. 4:38 to go in the first.
Those 2 all-beef patties.
Thomas, I'll connect you.
That special sauce.
Thomas & Sons, one moment.
McDonald's Big Mac.
The Thomases.
It's so tempting.
Tom!
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Hi, Judy. Any calls?
Things will pick up after lunch.
If you figure that's a look of concern on Tommy Tom's face, you've got to be right, because Team Canada is just rolling all over Sweden right now. Great job by Marty Murray to get the puck to Jason Allison, and Allison just allows that one to come off. Going back the other way, Canada playing possessed. Todd Harvey is just putting a major league mugging on his man. Loses his helmet. Otteson all the way down the ice. Has stick, glove, everything. That's the way Todd Harvey plays. That was like a Motor City mugging from the captain of the Detroit Junior Red Wings.
Who flies right back into action with Detroit. Larry Corville will be back in action with the Oshawa Generals. All these guys head back to their teams tomorrow. 4:23 to go in a wild first period. Canada up 3-0.
Because you wear them till their tongues hang out. Micotin penetrates the skin to kill athlete's foot.
Well, Coach Don Hay said before the game he didn't believe the leaders in his room would allow the other guys to let down. Based on the play so far, 3-0 with 4:23 to go. He's absolutely right. Team Canada wants to be something special. They felt that way from the beginning and just gained momentum with each passing day. Now they've got the gold medal. Now it's perfection they're after.
Daze gets it up around the boards. Finstrom waits for his mates to get onside, clears it in. Shots on goal, 8-6 for Canada. Down in the corner, Sundstrom. Sharp angle, just snapped that one, and Cloutier hangs onto it.
Kluche came into Team Canada's evaluation camp rated as the number 4 goaltender. Possibility to come back and play on this team next year. But Jocelyn Thibault had a shoulder injury that was slowing him up a bit. And Kluche, on the strength of a very strong summer camp, as well as a very strong evaluation camp in Edmonton in mid-December, basically beat out Eric Fichot for the spot behind Jamie Storr. As it turned out, Don Hay has felt very comfortable going to either man. This is the 3rd game of the tournament for Dan Kluche. It wasn't just a token effort to get him in either. He's been fully deserving of it. As I said before, Paul, that's the big edge Canada has in international hockey. Their goaltending is so much superior to the other teams in this tournament.
And away comes Murray with those great wheels, moving up, slides it across in front. Allison almost poked that home. A nice save by Forsberg, though, coming across.
Allison did a nice job of not going offside. Marty Murray made a move at the blue line. Allison really had to stretch it out. A good acceleration from the little captain of the Brandon Wheat Kings. You can see right there, Allison have to hold up. And a nice feathered pass across, but Allison had to break that stride at the blue line, and that prevented him from coming right through. Allison with the big reach, Canadian Hockey League Player of the Year last year. Marty Murray's just been exemplary through this tournament. Best two-way player on Team Canada.
Maybe the best two-way player in the Western Hockey League. Could see him at the Memorial Cup with the Brandon Wheat Kings. Murray up to Corville. This is Wade Red. Red just gets it off the boards. Corville moving up after it, but icing is called on Canada. 3:08 to go in the first period. Jonas Forsberg has seen a lot of work so far. Let's test it.
To make room for the advanced thinking that went into the new Chrysler Cirrus, a big idea was needed: cab-forward design. Space for a new kind of seat that actually reduces driver fatigue. Space for an improved dual airbag system with its own backup electrical source. In back, space for another heating system and room for 3. Cab-forward design. Now there's room for thought. The new Chrysler Cirrus. Luxury has never been easier to get into.
Welcome back. I'm Paul Romanuk, along with Bob McKenzie and Gord Miller and Cam Moon at the Centrium in Red Deer. Canada leading this game 3-0. In front of a packed house. The crowds have been great, not only here in Red Deer, but in small communities throughout Alberta. Wetaskiwin, Rocky Mountain House. Puck comes back. Turnstrom with a shot, knocked down in front. Puck rolls loose, scores! Soderberg.
A little Anders Soderberg, like a water bug out there, pounces on a loose puck with most of the Team Canada players all standing around. Thought they had their men tied up, but Soderberg was able to dart loose and just flip that puck past Dan Kluche. Right off the face-off, a lot of man-to-man coverage there. Jeff Friesen goes out to the point. Anders Soderberg just comes in, a lot of backs turned. Nobody saw him coming from the blind side. Picks up that loose puck. Daig's got his man, Ed Jovanovski, and Jeff Friesen's just a step away from being able to get to Anders Soderberg. He's been really the top offensive producer for Team Sweden in this tournament. Second consecutive World Junior tournament from him, and he gives his team a lift at exactly the 17-minute mark.
Soderberg had a hat trick earlier in this tournament against Germany. Anders Carlson picks up an assist, as does Dick Turnstrom. Tucker, O'Neill, and Donovan out there for Canada to follow the goal. Eriksson drops it off. Turnstrom sweeps it in over the blue line. Puck chipped up to O'Neill. Gets it up ahead. Here comes Donovan. O'Neill is following. Donovan will drive down into the corner. Up there against Eriksson. Comes off the boards with the puck. Here's McCabe. Trying to chop it over to Jovanovski. He just goes for the corner instead. Here's McCabe. Puck golfed by him. Jovanovski back to pick it up. Up to McCabe. Over to Jovanovski. In over the line, Donovan. Waits, holds things up, muscles his way in on goal. He's right there and just fired it wide. Back to Allen. Shooting. Kicked away by Forsberg. Puck up off the boards. Johansson after it. Puck cleared back in. 1:58 to go, first period. Canada leading 3-1. This is Marty Murray for Canada. Allison and Corville up the middle. Puck off the glass. Allison coming over after it. Murray over there looking for the loose puck. He was checked by Back. Finstrom, long shot. Cloutier steers that away. Now Johansson in around back of the net. Finstrom looking for it. Jesper Mattsson off the bench and into the play. Drives it into the corner. Mattsson trying to get loose. He's got the puck. Mattsson in front. Backhand shot. Just missed the corner. Johansson after it. Mattsson is in front of the net. Battling away. Puck swept away by Cloutier. Murray trying to get it out, and he'll do that. And a penalty coming up. It'll be a holding call. And it's going to go against Chad Allen. So Sweden will get a late period power play. 1:10 to go in the first. Canada with a 3-1 lead.
Well, Chad Allen hauled his man down just to the right of goaltender Dan Cloutier. You'll see the Swedish player try to break to the corner. That's Jesper Mattsson, number 21. And down he goes. Chad Allen, a defenseman with the Saskatoon Blades. Just gives him a bit of a tug as he tries to take off. Gives him a bit of a push, actually. Power play for the Swedes to get back in this game.
Puck cleared in by Svartvedet. Mattsson, Svartvedet, and Sundstrom all up front for Sweden. 45 seconds to go in the period. Sundstrom gets it up over the blue line. Mattsson cutting across, dropped it back. Anderson Juncker moves it up. This is Svartvedet. Mattsson is down in the corner. Here's Anderson Juncker over to Eriksson, shoots. Svartvedet picks it up. Sundstrom is in front now. Svartvedet back to Anderson Juncker. To Eriksson. Anderson Juncker shoots, blocked by Friesen. Puck flicked in, but it had come outside the blue line. 1:09 to go in the Swedish power play. 18.7 seconds remaining in the first period. Canada up 3-1.
Well, a real contrast in styles between Canadian penalty killing, Swedish penalty killing. Canadians are very passive on the penalty killing. Lee Sorkin in front of the net in an outman situation. The box breaking down just a little bit. But unfortunately for the Swedes, they couldn't get that puck through because Jeff Friesen blocked it. When the Swedes are penalty killing, they are without question the most aggressive penalty killers you will ever see anywhere. Even if they're two men short, they will chase the puck all over the ice and put pressure on the other team to handle the puck quickly and hope they try to make a turnover or make a mistake.
Jonas Anderson Juncker with the puck. So the Swedish power play will carry over to the second period, barring a goal. That's not going to happen as the Swedes run out of time. They will have a power play for the first 51 seconds of the second period. Canada leading 3-1. Harvey, Allison, and Peterson scored. Soderberg scored for Sweden. Gord Miller coming up with McDonald's live at the intermission. You're watching the World Junior Hockey Championship on TSN. We'll be right back.
This World Junior Hockey Memorable Moment is brought to you by Cantel's Amigo. January 4th, 1991, Canada's quest for back-to-back gold.
There are some things you can't put a price on. Fortunately, safety isn't one of them.
Hi, roadside assistance.
Cantel Amigo for $19.95 a month with no setup fees and no long-term commitment. Because if you had to put a price on safety, this is it. Cantel Amigo.
Less than 6 minutes to go in a 2-2 tie. John Slaney realizes every hockey player's dream. This World Junior Hockey Memorable Moment has been brought to you by Cantel's Amigo, the first cellular phone to bring you affordable peace of mind.
Now, we extend our unexcelled level of superior quality and reliable service to North American coverage. Now, Reimer expedites your vital shipments to and from all points in Canada and the continental United States. It's new, it's better, superior service at competitive cost. Call Reimer Express Line.
Once upon a time, there was the wonderful land of Canadian cheese. Everything there was delicious. But sometimes the mountain of golden cheddar thundered, creamy mozzarella flowed from the volcano, and Parmesan snowed from the heavens. But the sun always shone on the fresh Focacini cheese and tomatoes.
Another story, Mommy.
Not now.
Welcome to the land of Canadian cheese.
Now, to each man who shaves, there's an edge all his own. Only Edge Gel has 7 custom formulas, from extra moisturizing to sensitive skin, for a close, comfortable shave. Ultimate closeness, ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
For your favorite player or coach, this is the official Team Canada jacket. To order one, call us. We're Canadian Hockey.
I really like your jacket, Dad.
McDonald's, live at the intermission. Brought to you by your local McDonald's restaurant. Here's your host, Gord Miller.
Team Canada has thus far erased any questions about whether or not the team would be fired up for this hockey game. Team Canada scores the first 3 and leads 3-1 after 20 minutes of play. This is a game that Sweden must win to capture the silver medal. Earlier today at the Centrium, the game that would decide part of the medal equation was held between the Russians and the Finns. And the Finns go to a 2-0 lead. Antti Aalto scores. And Finland on fire thanks to the crowd really cheering them on after Finland did a big favor for Canada a couple of nights ago. But after that, it is all Russia. Igor Meliako ties the game at 2 and before the end of the second period. It's Alexander Korlak. You might remember him from the game against Canada a couple of nights ago. He got tossed out of the game, got a 5-minute major. Well, here he gets a goal to put Russia up 3-2. And in the third period, he gets his second as he waits in front. That makes it 4-2. The Russians add a couple of late ones and go on to beat Finland by a score of 6-2. A Russian victory and a Finnish loss that eliminates Finland from medal contention. Now Russia waits to see the result of this game to see what color the medal will be for them in this tournament. In Panoka, it was the Czech Republic against the United States, and the U.S. exploded in this one. 5 in the second period, including this beauty by Adam Deadmarsh, who's got some work to do after this tournament in the Western Hockey League. He had the hat trick, and the U.S. wins it by a final score of 7-5. The United States is the host country for this championship next year, but after the performance in this tournament, the Czech win notwithstanding, there are some serious questions about USA hockey. In Stettler today, the game held finally there for Ukraine and Germany, and Stettler plays host to those two teams. Alexander Soroko finds Sven Valentinov all alone. Pretty goal. Germans dominate this, winning 6-2, but Ukraine makes its tournament, beating the United States a couple of days ago 3-2, so the Ukrainians have some solace to take from this tournament. Let's show you now the standings with this game to come. Of course, we know that Canada's already won the gold medal. Situation simple for Sweden. The Swedes must win this hockey game to win the silver. Should Sweden tie, it's not good enough because Russia beat them in the game a couple of games ago, and Finland, with 7 points, is eliminated from medal competition. Well, this championship has been a great success to all those surrounding it and all of the small communities that take part in it. And for the Canadian players who have had a chance to see Alberta, it's also been a big bonus to them. And people across the province have had a chance to see great players for a number of different teams. But Marty Murray from little Lyleton, Manitoba, he knows small-town Canada. Only 25 people live in his town. He leads the tournament in scoring right now with 15 points, and he would be the favorite right now to take the top forward honors in this tournament. That will be announced after today's game. Canadian fans, excited so far? We'll try to liven them up when we return in just a moment.
Ice crystals removed. Ice smoothness remains. A revolutionary way to brew beer. Discover Labatt Ice. Ice smooth. Ice brewed. And the only one with a patent to prove it.
Puts it on the inboard. There's Mike Craig. Slaney breaking in. It's got. They score! Lindros! Up the middle to Yves Racine. Racine to Lindros. In the middle, Deneen shoots. Saves over. Lindros shoots. Score! Eric Lindros makes it 2-1 Flyers.
Hi, I'm Larry Corvo, Team Canada. We have no time off our gold medal victory because this Friday, it's the Oshawa Generals versus North Bay Centennials right here on TSN.
You know, it's amazing how a gold medal will relax a guy. We look forward to seeing Larry Corvo and his Oshawa Generals take on Brad Brown and the North Bay Centennials on Friday night. Well, winning a gold medal, of course, is a huge thrill for any player. But what about for the coach of this team? Being the head man for Team Canada in this tournament can be nerve-wracking. So winning the gold medal becomes even more satisfying for the head coach.
Canada has struck gold. And savor the moment. It's a golden one for Canada.
The big moment was when Wendell Clark scored the tying goal, against Czechoslovakia. We were down by 1 goal late in the game, and we needed at least a tie in that game. And so it sort of came to that point, and that was the big moment. As you go through the thing, of course, there's lots of moments building up to get yourself to that position, but that was the big one.
The last game against the Czechs, I can remember having one eye on the game and one eye on the clock. And it was a 3-3 tie, and the game was really at a tempo where it was amazing. And they had to win the game. We had to tie the game. And just watching the clock tick down the last 12 or 13 seconds, the puck was in our end of the rink. And you're thinking, is it going to happen? Is it going to last? Can we get through this 12 or 13 seconds? And we did. And then all the players and coaches piling over the boards, and it was a big moment.
There's so much preparation involved that it's as you go through it and as you achieve results, you get a great amount of satisfaction. So I would have to say that was the most enjoyment.
And I think probably the most memorable moment was the game-winning goal by John Slaney. A Russian defender was leaving the zone, and John decided to hold the blue line and knock the puck down coming out of the zone. Took a shot, and it tipped off a Russian defender and into the net and gave us the lead, and we were able to hold on the last few minutes and win the gold medal.
Final episode in my involvement in the World Junior, going to Sweden and taking a team that was very young, probably, I guess, the youngest team ever selected to go to the World Junior. A team that a lot of people said didn't have a chance to win and wasn't going to be very good, and of course, in my opinion, maybe was the best of the 3 teams I was involved with. And of course, there were the 5 players who went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the draft that spring, and how well we played over the first 4 games, which were the key to that tournament, certainly made me proud as a coach, and I think kind of capped off the experiences I had in the World Junior.
Well, I think the most memorable moment was beating the Soviets on New Year's Day 3-2. That was for the gold medal virtually, because we had 2 lesser teams to play after that. So there's no question that was the highlight of that game. We were up 3-1, and then it was 3-2, and we had great goaltending, and the whole team played very well. So there's no question that was the key game, and the key moment was winning that game.
We were, in our mind, playing for the silver medal, and we needed some help, and we got it. And there was an announcement made that with 2.5 minutes left in the game, in our game, that the Swedes had tied the Russians, and if we were going to win the game, it would allow us to win the gold medal. So I think those 2 minutes and 13 seconds or whatever, when the announcement by Brian Williams said that, Jesus, the Swedes just tied the Russians, I think that was a moment pretty unique in the tournament.
Here's a guy who knows the winning feeling at a World Junior, Theron Fleury, once the captain of a gold medal winning team and now a part owner of a junior team in Calgary known as, appropriately enough, the Hitmen. Our coverage of the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship continues from Red Deer right after this on TSN.
Most things in this world aren't big enough to handle 7 feet 2 inches, 310 pounds.
And I ordered the big breakfast.
How does that feel?
Oh, watch your head, Mr. O'Neill.
There is one notable exception. the Big Slam from Pepsi. One ice-cold liter of Pepsi big enough to handle the biggest thirst.
Ain't life grand?
It was dawn when I first saw the wonderful land of Canadian cheese. The sun was rising over an exquisite Emmental omelet. I made my way to the very peak of the divine Monterey Jack. Yes, I cut my way through celery stalks stuffed with cream cheese and a blizzard of walnuts to come upon a plateau of potatoes smothered in golden cheddar. After your questions, there'll be a buffet of delicious cheeses.
Welcome to the land of Canadian cheese.
McDonald's, live at the intermission, has been brought to you by your local McDonald's restaurant.
Hey, a meeting of the minds. You know, whenever you say something like that, meeting of the minds, it turns out you ask the guys, hey, what were you talking about? Well, we were talking about where to go after the game for a bite to eat. It's never anything all that important. Maybe they're talking about Canada's offense in the first period. Has a lot of people in the crowd talking. Boy, they came out of the gate. Todd Harvey at 9:25. Jason Allison came back at 10:34. Beautiful goal scored by Dennis Peterson to make it 3-0. Sweden did get one back. Nice goal scored by Anders Soderberg. Going to the net, kind of cleaned up a rebound at the 17-minute mark. Shots on goal in the first period, 10-8 in favor of Canada. Nice little montage, Bob, during that intermission of gold medal winning Canadian teams, some of the memories of the coaches. You've been to a lot of these tournaments. Is there a gold medal or a team that stands out in your mind as maybe being the greatest?
Well, not necessarily the greatest, but one that was very special was in 1990 in Helsinki, and I thought that Guy Charon and Coach Dick Todd and Perry Pern, the assistants that year, I think that was where the model was set for the discipline. That's where they realized you can't take silly penalties, you can't take reaction penalties, and they really stressed on that Canadian team, which was by no means the most talented team ever, that if you play it together as a team, you can win this tournament. And from that point forward, with the exception of 1 year, Canada's won the gold medal every year, and I really believe that's the team that set the tone, and that was Perry Pern's first World Junior, and I think that was the continuity. He was part of the program for a number of years, and that's the reason why we're sitting here 4 out of 5 gold medals in the last few years.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll be sitting here a few years from now going, you know, that team back in Red Deer was the best Canadian team ever. They were absolutely perfect. A pretty much perfect first period for Canada, and we're going to focus in on one of those plays for our play of the period. A goal coming from Dennis Peterson at the 13-12 mark. Now, he was up there. Canada was in a line change. He had no help, so he said, I got to do it by myself, and he did. A nice shot to beat Jonas Forsberg. That put Canada up 3-0 at the time. Play the period brought to you by Dodge Trucks. Dodge, reinventing the truck. They're heading back onto the ice. We'll head back and pick up the opening face-off of the second period when we come back.
We gave Dodge Ram the most powerful overall line of truck engines on the planet. A driver's side airbag, the option of 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, a cab design that sets a new standard for comfort and room. Then, after we made the Dodge Ram that good, we made it this bad. Introducing new Ram Sport from Dodge, Canada's truck stop.
Third boxcar in that train is delicious bang. I'm up there on the mean.
The copper top tops them all.
King of the road.
You can't always hear an exhaust problem. Even a hole this size in your exhaust system can seriously affect your car's performance. Come to Midas for a fast, free inspection of your exhaust. Trust your exhaust to Midas.
Private Eyes, first period, we had them trained on Alexander Degg, who has been, I think, great in this tournament.
Been absolutely terrific. Now watch this, coast to coast. In there with Soderberg, two of the quickest guys in this tournament. And this is a great play to isolate on Alexander Degg because this is where he makes it all happen. He goes end to end with great acceleration, does a good job down and behind the Canadian net defensively, and does an excellent job offensively with a big body check to set up the goal. Alexander Degg has been extraordinary in this tournament, fully deserving of any accolades coming his way. He's still got a long, hard road ahead of him. When you walk around with a $2 million burden on your shoulders, imagine that, saying that you've got a $2 million a year burden on your shoulders. That's his salary. It's going to be difficult for him to race away from that burden in the National Hockey League, but he's going to give it a try. I'll tell you what, the guys on the team here just love him, and I think it has maybe something to do with the fact they all went to the show the other night, and the big spender bought them pop and popcorn for the whole team.
How could they not look up to him? He's what every one of these guys wants to be. First overall pick in the NHL draft and earning a couple of $1 million a year. He's done it.
Had a good conversation with him, though, talking about pressure. And he acknowledges there's a lot of pressure in the NHL that's difficult to skate away from. What he's liked about this tournament is the pressure you can skate away from it. If you play very, very well, people will take it for just that. Every time he does something on the ice, they're not saying, well, he should do that. He's a $2 million a year man. He's playing against kids his own age, and he's excelling, doing a good job. More power to him. He's a wonderful kid.
Sweden on the power play to start this period off, and time dwindling. It finally runs out. Chad Allen steps out of the box, and the teams are at even strength. Canada leads 3-1. We are early in the second period. Here's Daze shooting off the post. He wired it. Puck cleared up. Tucker going after it. Back come the Swedes. Philstrom in over the blue line. Davidson going for the front of the net. Puck fired up there by Axelsson, knocked down. Axelsson after it again. Peter Strome moving up to look for it. Here's Axelsson. Strome is down low. Puck into the corner. Peterson there for Canada. And just high off the glass and out. Icing waved off. Great chance for Daze. Zipped it off the outside of the post. Sweden coming right back, though. Davidson working up there with Ottoson. Ottoson is tied up. Axelsson at the line. Not able to keep it in. Harvey chopping away. Friesen comes in. Daeg is loose in the slot. Puck knocked down. Davidson flips it across. Here's Axelsson now for Sweden. Up ahead, Finstrom. This clears it up and ahead. Canada leading this game 3-1. The puck hit the referee there. And offside is called on Sweden. Offside called because the referee was in the way.
Well, Canada had an excellent first period, as witnessed by their edge in hits, scoring chances, power play stats, obviously, because the Swedes never got an opportunity. That speaks well for Canada's discipline. Eric Daze takes that shot, hits off the shoulder of Forsberg and right off the post. And Todd Harvey, the captain of Team Canada, continuing to provide some inspiration. He just lowers the shoulder and lays his man out. And you want to keep doing that against the Swedes.
Puck into the corner. Soderberg up after it. Ottoson moving up, trying to get the puck loose. Carlson centers it in front, but all three Swedes were down in the corner trying to dig it loose. There was nobody in front of the net. Puck comes up to Carlson. Here's Murray now for Canada. Allison. Up there with Murray and Corville. This is McCabe for Canada. Ottoson and Carlson watching him. Here comes Murray. Has Allison with him as they hit the line. Puck is flipped in. Allison will go to get it. Corville over in the other corner. Murray comes up there to help out. Corville just hanging back at the top of the slot. This is Ottoson starting back out for Sweden. Has Soderberg up to his right. They crisscross at the line. Ottoson shooting one. Big rebound comes out to Carlson. Ottoson is down in front. Now he'll come into the corner after it. Trying to knock it loose. McCabe there to claim the spoils. Almost copped it up to Soderberg. Here comes Canada 3-on-2. Corville, McCabe, Allison. And Allison just mishandled the pass. Soderberg gets it out. Peterson. Soderberg will take off. He's up there by himself. Soderberg coming up first from hurrying up to join him. Now Soderberg will head back towards the bench. It has been a long shift. Tarnqvist gets spun around. Here comes Peterson. Up to Daze. Back to Peterson. Butterill shoots just wide. Puck back to the line. Baumgartner couldn't keep it in. And icing called on Sweden. Live from the Centrium in Red Deer, you're watching the final game of the World Junior Hockey Championship.
Let's figure out who this new computer is really for. You or them. All right, this is for you, this is for them, you, them, you, them, probably you and them, you if you get to the computer before they do, definitely you, them mostly, you sometimes, Everybody, really. If I talk about how it's built and backed and all that stuff, that won't help, because that's good for both of you. Okay, how is this? It's for everybody, but it lives in your room. You'll work it out.
Canadian defenseman Jamie Rivers had a great shot and a few power plays, and there's his dad on the right. He's a real cool shark.
Real character. Jamie Rivers is one of the real gregarious, outgoing kids on this team. Real center of attention when it comes to having a few laughs, and after staying in the same hotel as his parents, so is his father.
Sorkin moves it across. Rivers clears it up into the corner. Donovan up, comes out. Tried to roll it through, almost did. Forsberg got enough of it, though. Back along the boards. Soderberg out there trying to get something going. Tucker goes after it. Back to the line. Rivers shoots. Tipped wide. Johansson winds his way to the line. Trying to cut in. Matson moving up into the play. Bergstrom trying to get it loose. Here's Donovan. Donovan up to the line. He'll just roll it in and head to the bench. Canada making changes on the fly. Jonas Andersson-Junko with the puck for Sweden. This is Allen for Canada. Sundstrom watching him, gives him a whack. Baumgartner. Sundstrom trying to get it to Svartvedet. Here's Jesper Matson. Philstrom up to Finstrom. No icing. Here's Baumgartner with the puck. Daze now for Canada. Finstrom at the line, couldn't keep it in. Philstrom clears it up to Sundstrom. Sundstrom on the way back, up to center. Hits the line with Svartvedet and Matson. Punches it to the corner, Svartvedet shoots. Knocked down by Cloutier. Svartvedet tried to tuck it in the short side. Peterson on the way back. Gets it up on the right side for Daze. Allen going to the front of the net. Here's Peterson, rolls it in front of the net. Forsberg kicked that away. Daze dumps it around. Here's Finstrom. McCabe waits for his teammates to get onside, lofting it back in. This is Philstrom. Davidson trying to get loose, hustling up hard after it. McCabe into the corner. Davidson watching him. Axelson moves up there as well. Harvey moves it up for Friesen. Gets it up cross ice. McCabe chops at it. The puck bounces up in front of the Swedish bench. Davidson will golf it ahead. Axelson goes after it. He's got Davidson in front. Axelson hauled down there. Harvey works it up around the boards. Strong gets it to Davidson. Davidson really mixing it up there. Strong trying to come away with it. Here's Jovanovski now for Canada. 13:35 to go, second period. Canada leading this game 3-1. Looking to go 7-0, the first Canadian team ever to do that, if they can do it. Puck rolling into Forsberg, and he will hang on.
There are some things you can't put a price on. Fortunately, safety isn't one of them.
Hi, roadside assistance.
Cantel Amigo for $19.95 a month with no setup fees and no long-term commitment. Because if you had to put a price on safety, this is it. Get an Amigo today and receive free evenings for a year.
Well, big defenseman Wade Redden has done nothing but improve his stock throughout this tournament. Possible #1 overall pick. And that's Pat Redden, and to the left in the sweater, cheering on. Had an opportunity to spend some time with Gordon Pat Redden last night. Nice couple from Hillman, Saskatchewan, and actually they're not right from Hillman. Hillman's the big metropolis. There's 18 people lives in Hillman, Saskatchewan. They live about 9 miles down the road on the road to Lloydminster, the border town between Saskatchewan and Alberta.
Here's Sorkin setting it up, shoots, tip, bouncing puck in front. Marty Murray almost got to it. Soderberg Whips it across. The lone Swedish scorer in this game. Carlson comes in. Tarnstrom going for the front of the net. Carlson worked over pretty well there by Red. Follows him right into the boards. Corville gets it across. Murray for Canada. Pardon me, that's Redden. He just dishes it off and in. Corville up there after it. Puck comes back to Redden. Murray is in the slot. Allison trying to dig that puck loose. Soderberg comes out with it. Soderberg up to Carlson. Lee Sorkin with the puck. Allison takes it a couple of Swedish players. Puck comes back to Sorkin. Over to Redden. Went off his skate. Pressure there by Johansson. Dick Turnquist back to pick it up for Sweden. Canada with wholesale changes on the go. Lead pass up ahead. Johansson waits, shoots. Kluche stopped that. Rebound in front of the net. And Kluche finally grabs it. Good chance for this.
Because hockey season lasts until July, Micotin penetrates the skin to kill athlete's foot.
Oh, a good opportunity for the Swedes on some very quick transition. One pass from behind the net, right up the center, and then right up to number 14, Fredrik Johansson. Johansson fires off that quick shot, but Dan Kluche looked pretty sharp.
Here's Jovanovski in the corner. Gets it up to Donovan. Turnquist back there to pick it up. Sweden must win this game to win the silver medal. Working in, Johansson. Up around the boards. Bergstrom trying to move it in. A little scrum there at the blue line. Out it squirts. Turnquist will clear it back.
Well, the great thing about international hockey is the speed at which things happen, the overall tempo of the game, and also how quickly the tide can turn. Go from behind the net right to the other end, just at a flash. And Ed Jovanovski, the #1 overall pick in last year's entry draft, and there's Joe Jovanovski, Liliana Jovanovski from Windsor, Ontario, very excited. Joe's having the time of his life, as is his wife Liliana. So for that matter is Ed Jovanovski. Great experience for everybody involved.
.11:35 to go, second period, 3-1 hockey game. Canada leading. 3 goals in the first 13 minutes of that first period. Here's Madsen. Sundstrom is in front. Philstrom shoots. Kluche steered that away. Had a good view of it. Svartvedet in the corner. Madsen up there to pick it up. Sundstrom down low, trying to get in front of the net. Now Madsen going for the front of the net. Here's Philstrom. Harvey buzzing around him. Here's Madsen. Shoots. Rifled that one up off the glass. Madsen was in great position there. Teed it up. Philstrom clears it back in. Kluche and the one hopper will hang on to it. 10:55 to go, second period. Canada up 3-1, going for perfection.
Oh, a big shot from Jesper Madsen. He is a Calgary Flame first-round pick. Quite an engaging young man. His English is absolutely impeccable. He, too, is staying at the same hotel as we are, and have had a good opportunity to have lots of chats with him. He was hurt at the tail end of the game that ended up costing Sweden the gold medal. Jesper Madsen's going to be a fine one for the Flames, and he's obviously got a fair bit of mental toughness and a mind of his own. He abandoned or left his team with Malmo. They were going to play in the European Cup tournament. Jesper Madsen refused to go with them, stole away in the night because he wanted to play for the national team. Club being completely unrealistic. Normally in Sweden, as in Canada, the teams do release all the top players. He wasn't. He made a decision that very controversial.
Tarnstrom shoots one in that deflects off a skate to the corner. Davidson gets it back. Tarnstrom with another shot. That one hooks over to the corner. Corville giving a bump. Here's Peter Strahl. He's knocked to the ice by Marty Murray. Murray drops it back. Sorkin ranging up to the line. Rings it up there around the boards. Corville over to meet it. Allison is down low in the corner. Murray sneaking in there. Allison up to help out. Murray backing towards the front of the net. Turnquist under some pressure. Axelson is at the line there, just hanging back as Davidson came in, but no drop pass forthcoming. Offside called on Sweden. Story of the game brought to you in part by the Canadian Dairy Association, naturally the best.
Canada's power play, look at that, a 44% efficiency. Absolutely incredible. Everybody thought when the number was up around 50% that they'd never be able to even maintain anything close to it, because the big number was inflated because of 2 early games against Ukraine and Germany. As it turns out, it's still firing here in the last game. Canada's had the play taken away from them the last little while, Paul. They're back on their heels a little bit. They want to reestablish something here.
Here's Soderberg, gets it out in front. Davidson was being checked in the play. Ottoson moving up after it. Here's Ottoson. Donovan has lost his stick. Puck comes back. Turnquist with a shot. Donovan had dropped down in front of it. Big play there from Sean Donovan.
Donovan lost his stick. Good shot block. Took it up high in the midsection, though. That one had to hurt a little.
Anderson Junka given a bump there by O'Neill. O'Neill right back into the corner trying to dig it out. In there against Turnquist. Tucker just hanging back, trying to fish it out. Carlson. Not much room to maneuver, so he'll turn it back. Soderberg up on the right-hand side. Ottoson up the middle. Neither can get the pass. McCabe for Canada. Clears it up. Tucker. O'Neill is in front. Tucker couldn't get it to him. Turnquist takes the puck. It takes the hit. Soderberg there to pick it up. He's got Carlson with him as they hit the line. Soderberg fakes his shot. Trying to step around. Dropped it back. He was spun around there by Sorkin. And a penalty coming up. It will be a holding call against Canada. Sweden on the power play when we come back.
This season, decorate your party with cool new package designs from Pepsi. It's the Pepsi Holiday Party Bunch. Get them before they're gone.
Hey, look who's here.
Well, this is Coach Tommy Tom's big chance to get back in this game, down by 2. Don Hay wants to see some good penalty killing here, maintain his 2-goal lead, and Lee Sorkin's in the penalty box for holding. Tried to slow up speedy Anders Soderberg. Soderberg just breaks down, gets a bit of a grasp on him, lets him go. Referee Gerhard Mueller, European referees traditionally very emphatic about restraining fouls, and they were in that case too.
Turnquist back to pick it up. Svartvedet, Sundstrom, and Matson up front for Sweden. This is the big unit. See what they can do in the power play. Murray and Peterson up front for Canada on the penalty kill. And Baumgartner back at the line with Allen as the puck is cleared in. Svartvedet moves up after it, lets it go back to the line. And the Swedes have to regroup. 1:27 left in the power play. Here's Sundstrom. Sundstrom drops it off, gets the return feed. Svartvedet was going for the net, but it's broken up by Marty Murray. Here comes Eriksson, cranking it up to the line. Svartvedet to his left as they come in. Eriksson knocked off the puck by McCabe. McCabe trying to get it out. Puck rolling loose. Matson sneaking around. He's got Svartvedet and Sundstrom in front of the net. Matson waiting out to Svartvedet. Anderson Junka at the line. Gets it up now to Svartvedet. Drops it down to Matson. Sundstrom still in front there. Svartvedet. Out to Matson. Shoots. That was blocked. McCabe took it off the skate. Svartvedet in back of the goal. Sundstrom still parked in front. Friesen is watching him. Matson throws it all the way across. Eriksson to Anderson Junka to Matson. 27 seconds to go in the power play for Sweden. They trail this game 3-1. 7:23 to go in period number 2, and this will break it up. Here comes Harvey. Drops it back. McCabe fires it in. Harvey. Oh, great stop by Forsberg. He was right there, right on time.
Fans at the Centrium are pumped by that good penalty killing. And the very patient, too patient, Swedish power play almost gets burned. They look wonderful, but they don't accomplish much out there. Todd Harvey picks up the rebound on the shot, and a great save by Jonas Forsberg. The goaltenders for the Swedes have come under so much fire. But Brian McCabe fires a nice low, hard shot, and Todd Harvey goes to the net. Forsberg comes up with a save there where he really had to. 10 seconds left in the Swedish power play.
Here's Baumgartner, shoots. That hit Marty Murray on the way through. Here comes Davidson quickly back. 5 seconds left in the power play. Davidson motoring in there. Peter Strome up there to help out. Puck along the boards. Sorkin back out of the box and into the play as he clears the puck into Swedish territory. Strong penalty kill by Canada. They had a great scoring chance. And here's Murray trying to set up another one. Gets it across. Corville shoots. Blockered away by Forsberg. Allison up there after it. Corville as well. Strome going after it. Here's Marty Murray. Jovanovski moving in from the point. Puck comes out. Davidson with it. Up to the line. Peter Strome was with him at the blue line, but he couldn't get it across. Allison coming back. He's got Murray. Leaves it there for him. Jovanovski at the side of the net. Allison trying to walk in there. That avenue was closed off at the last second. Davidson trying to snowshoe his way there to the top of the slot.
Great shift for Jason Allison. Great work down low. A couple of good scoring opportunities. He's playing a fine game tonight. His best of the tournament.
Ryan Smith boosts it in there for Canada. Here's Tarnstrom. Tucker watching him. Carlson had it knocked away. Swedes desperately trying to get some offense going. O'Neill right up there almost stole the puck. Here comes Soderberg up to Ottoson. Soderberg motoring down the middle. Ottoson comes to the line. Feeds it down to the corner. Soderberg trying to get to it. Carlson moving up there as well. Puck off the boards, back at the line, kept in by Eriksson, shooting it. That's tipped. Puck bounces into the corner. Carlson moving up there after it. Soderberg hanging back, waiting for the loose puck. It's worked to the line. Tarnstrom poking at it, can't keep it in. Ottoson dumps it in, and the Swedes will seize the opportunity to make a line change. Less than 5 minutes to go in the second period. Canada leading this game 3-1. About 1 period and 5 minutes away from perfection. The first Canadian team ever to go through the World Junior Hockey Championship without a tie, without a loss. Perfect. Puck up along the boards. Harvey up there after it. Johansson back, couldn't keep it in. Here comes Canada, freezing up there with Daig. That's broken up at the line. Harvey will knife it in. Here's Anderson Yilka. Daig up to pressure him. Daig moving up. Bergstrom. Johansson up to his left, gets it out. Bergstrom will clear it in, and he and back will head to the bench. Sundstrom, Matson, and Svartvedt come over the boards for Sweden, the big forward line that hasn't been too big in this game. Here's Harvey now for Canada. Gets it down into the corner. Svartvedt will pick it up. Daig steps into him. Sundstrom had to go off his skate. Sundstrom is up on the right. He takes the pass, taps it ahead to Svartvedt. Sundstrom goes for the net. Svartvedt gets it around back of the goal. Sundstrom up there, battling with Baumgartner. Here's Sundstrom. Matson is in front of the goal. Baumgartner just sticking to his man like glue. And away comes Peterson for Canada. Up there with Dazé. Peterson looking, drops it in front. Botterill with a great chance. Just couldn't quite finish off. Here's Baumgartner at the line. Gets it across. And the puck cleared up by Chad Allen over the glass and out of play. 3:09 to go in the second period. You're watching live coverage of the World Junior Championship on TSN.
Those 2 all-beef patties.
Thomas, 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 and Thomas. I'll connect you.
That special sauce.
Thomas and Sons. One moment.
McDonald's Big Mac.
The Thomases.
It's so tempting.
Tom!
What you want is what you get at McDonald's
today.
Hi, Judy. Any calls?
Things will pick up after lunch.
Jonas Forsberg has faced 7 shots in this second period. Here's one of them.
Jason Botterill right from the slot. I'll tell you what, the goaltender's not going to get credit with a save on that one, although he will. His defenseman did a great job going down and blocking that shot. Jason Botterill from the University of Michigan. He also played on the gold medal team last year. Again, was a role player like Brian McCabe, like Jeff Friesen. Some of the returnees from last year's team barely played last year. This year, Botterill's assumed the lion's share of responsibility as the left winger on the checking line with Dennis Peterson and either Sean Donovan or Eric Daze.
Off the draw, Allison. Murray just tipped it wide. Puck along the boards. Murray trying to chop it loose. He's got it. Now Davidson jabs at it. Allison couldn't quite keep it in. Marty Murray, just great to watch in this tournament. Leading scorer in the tournament. Sorkin gets it up on the wing. Murray on the way, walking along the boards to Sorkin. Corville trying to get it in front. He and Allison were both down back of the net. Tarnstrom will come back. Axelson is open on the left-hand side as they cut in over the blue line. Here's Axelson. Davidson will go after it. Eriksson up there as well. Axelson just clears it in. And Sweden making some more changes on the go. Here comes Baumgartner. Those big, powerful strides carry him up to the blue line. Offside is called on Canada. 2:04 to go in the second period. Canada up 3-1. No scoring in this second frame yet.
Road handling, acceleration, turning radius. We debated how much to tell you about the new Pontiac Sunfire. In the end, we decided to keep it simple. The new Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
Welcome back to the Centrium in Red Deer, Alberta, host city for the 1994-95 World Junior Hockey Championship. I'm Paul Romanuk, along with Bob McKenzie, Gord Miller, and Cam Moon. Great to have you with us as the tournament wraps up with this game. Canada already the gold medal champions, but looking to go a perfect 7-0. Sweden must win this game to clinch its 4th silver medal in a row. Here's Baumgartner. And that goes up over the glass and out of play.
Brian McCabe has really asserted himself offensively, picked up 11, 12 points in this tournament, right up with the leaders. But Nolan Baumgartner's been outstanding. He had a real rough game against the Czech Republic in a game that Canada, some would say, was a turning point for them. But he's come back very strong, played an excellent game against the Russians. And when Nolan Baumgartner and Chad Allen are out there, it's usually their most reliable and most steady defensive pair. Saw him in the Memorial Cup last year with the Kamloops Blazers. Was excellent there, and a big reason why the Washington Capitals traded up to get him, 10th overall.
Here's Turnquist back at the line, shoots, Cloutier stops it, rebounds. Soderberg tried to get to it, so did Ottoson. Both were tied up. Ottoson, number 19, buzzing around Allen. Gets it loose, Carlson in front, couldn't get much in the shot. Here's Daze, giving a bump. Ottoson was watching him. Peterson will start back for Canada. Had Botterill up to his left. Daze up there as well for Canada. This is Turnquist with the puck. Gets it across to Jonas Anderson-Junka. Daze knocks it down. Daig is in behind the defense. Daze couldn't get it to him. Carlson will start back. He's got Soderberg up to his left. Soderberg will just bump it in. Took a little bump of Harvey, too, there as he went by. And Harvey doing a bit of jawing behind the play. Now he hustles up into Swedish territory to participate in the attack. Puck around the boards and out. Less than a minute to go in the period. No icing. McCabe. Icing waved off again. Finstrom back there. Gulps it up around the boards. Friesen up there trying to dig it loose. He's got Harvey hanging back high in the slot. Friesen dumping his man. Matthias Filstrom, and they'll get up, and Filstrom pushes him down. Although I don't think Friesen would normally fall over quite that easily.
Well, the Swedes picked up the initial penalty on Alexander Daigle. Big number 14, Fredrik Johansson, just draped across Alexander Daigle's back right at the hash mark to the left of the goaltender. Jeff Friesen goes behind the net. He was bumping with his man. Filstrom, there's the big hit. Filstrom didn't like that. Comes up with a big hook. Friesen and exchange words. Alexander Daigle comes in, bops his man, and there you see, gets the spinorama move and draws the penalty. Yeah, Jeff Friesen goes down. Looked like might have been blowing over there. Can't stress enough how well Canada's been disciplined throughout this tournament. We've seen lots of examples of individuals and teams losing their composure. The Czech Republic didn't like the refereeing in the game against Canada, and they really took a lot of really bad penalties. I didn't think the refereeing was that great, but in the past, whenever Canada played a tournament, if the refereeing was very poor, they lost their composure. Canadians would be criticized for that. And then the game against Russia, Alexander Koroluk, who, by the way, scored 3 goals today to redeem himself a little bit and sets Russia up for a possible silver medal. He got the big 5-minute major for going absolutely haywire after the whistle and just shooting the puck. And again, Team Canada staying right away from all that stuff.
How many years can you think of, Bob, at this World Junior Tournament? Absolutely the bane of existence for Canadian teams was discipline. And I suppose the ultimate was the brawl in Piastany and Czechoslovakia. Canadian teams, you could get them off their game easily, and that just doesn't happen anymore.
And the turning point on a consistent basis, and we talked about it in the intermission, was in 1990 when Guy Chiron, Dick Todd, and Perry Pern were the coaching staff. And I've never seen a coaching staff work as diligently with a team as they did there. It was a much tougher sell to that team than it was to this team, but they bought into it, they won the gold medal, and that's been the turning point for this program as far as I'm concerned.
Canada on the power play. Fredrik Johansson in the penalty box. Daze up in front of the net. Allison trying to work it out to him. Murray is back there as well. Daze just off the crease in front. Redden has moved right up from the point. So is McCabe. Time ticking down to the period. And the puck just cleared into Canadian territory. Canada's power play will carry over into the third period. No scoring in the second period. Canada with a 3-1 lead. They will have a power play for the first minute 33 of the final period. 1 period away from perfection at this tournament. Gord Miller coming up with McDonald's live at the intermission when we come back.
McDonald's live at the intermission. Brought to you by your local McDonald's restaurant. Here's your host, Gord Miller.
After 2 periods of play, the score remains the same. Still 3-1 Canada, the finale of the World Junior Hockey Championship. Now just 20 minutes of hockey away. This game, of course, is for the silver medal. Sweden must win this game to capture the silver because of action earlier today. Russia against Finland. The Finns came out flying. Antti Aalto scores that country's second goal to make it 2-0 for the Finns. But from there, it was all Russians, and I mean all Russians. Igor Melyako ties the game at 2. And then the guy who had the big game for Russia today, none other than Alexander Koroluk. This goal makes it 3-2 before the end of the second period, and then he gets his second of 3 in the third period. He had 4 points. What is he best known for in this tournament? He got kicked out, got a 5-minute major and a game misconduct in the game against Canada, and that was really the big part of that hockey game. So Russia right now awaits the result of the game here to see if the color of their medal is silver or bronze. Now in Ponoka, a game earlier today between Germany and the United States and the Czech Republic, and the Americans, after losing to Ukraine 2 days ago, came out with a big goal from Adam Dedmarsh. Check this one out at the side of the net. And the Americans, surprisingly, win this game by a final count of 7-5. The United States, of course, is the host country for this tournament next year, but the Americans had a very disappointing World Junior Championship in 1995. And our final highlight to show you is Ukraine against Germany. Alexander Sorokin sends Sven Valente in all alone, and the Germans go on to win it 6-2. We mentioned it before, got to say it again. Ukraine's tournament was made, beating the United States 3-2 on Monday night. Here again are the standings. We await the result of the Canada-Sweden game. All the other results are final. Finland will not finish in the medals. The Finns will be fourth. The only question now to be decided is second and third. Right now it's Russia, but if Sweden wins this game today, the Swedes will take the silver. Here are the scoring leaders right now. Marty Murray of Canada leads with 15 points. Jason Allison now has 14 with 3 goals and 11 assists in the tournament. The top 3 scorers in this tournament are all from Canada. That will be good news to some people who have a vested interest in this tournament. They're not owners, they're not coaches, they're not scouts. Their interest is in little pieces of paper about yay big, the kind that kids used to put in the spokes of their bikes. I'll guarantee you this, nobody's putting trading cards they buy here in the spokes of their bike. They are here to shoot the world's best young hockey players, not for newspapers or magazines, but for these. And make no mistake about it, World Junior trading cards are a hot commodity.
Since 1990, we've been covering the World Junior event, and it's always been a big seller for us because obviously all the prospects are in this tournament. So we like to feature these guys, and they've always been very popular in our set.
The reason for the urgency is to get these players while they are juniors. As all collectors know, that's what makes a card valuable. For 5, 10, or 20 years from now, cards shot today could be the hottest sellers among card collectors.
What you've got here are young kids from all over the world who are potential future stars in the NHL. So each card of those players, it's like their rookie card, pre-rookie card. So it's the first card that they've ever had in a set. So that makes the set more valuable to collectors.
And with the lockouts and strikes, this tournament has become even more important to collectors because right now it's the only hockey in town.
Obviously, you know, baseball is our biggest seller, and since there isn't, you know, hockey going on either, it's been a big impact. Football obviously has been our most popular in the past few months. We're waiting to see what the lockout, what happens. These cards will be inserted into our regular set. So if that happens, we'll be releasing them end of January, and we're just hoping for the best.
So for a lot of hockey people, success is in the cards. The biggest cards of this tournament, Ed Jovanovski and Alexander Daigle, both past #1 picks overall, but the hottest of all, Wade Redden, the only undrafted player on this Canadian national junior team, expected to go #1 overall in the upcoming draft. Picture this, Ed Shadow, the president of the Canadian Hockey League, will join us when our second intermission continues.
We had every intention of taking you through a list of all the standard features available on the new Pontiac Sunfire. But there was one thing we wanted to tell you first. The new Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
As a coach, I demand toughness. As a parent, I look for protection. That's why I choose iTech. iTech gloves have a patented preformed fit. And this Tech Light helmet is as light as a feather and highly protective, ideal for growing players. And the iTech face shield provides superior protection and increased visibility. iTech, clearly the best protection in sight.
Come on. Gets it again. Risky getting set. Oh, what a move. Gets set in front of that. Shoots. Oh, incredible.
McSorley to Gretzky. Scores! He did it! He did it! The greatest goal scorer in National Hockey League history is Wayne Gretzky.
Hi, I'm Larry Corvo of Team Canada. We have no time off our gold medal victory because this Friday, it's the Austral Generals versus North Bay Centennials right here on TSN.
Those junior guys do the best promos, and here's a guy who's been promoting junior hockey for a long time, the president of the Canadian Hockey League and the Western Hockey League, Ed Shadow. Ed, 3 in a row for Canada, 3 gold medals in a row. First time our country's ever done it. This might be a loaded question, but does this mean we're the best at producing hockey players in the world?
Well, I don't know whether we're the best or not, but I certainly am pleased for the players' sake, Gord, and the organization. They've done a great job with this program, and I think that, you know, there's lots of people don't think the Canadian Hockey League is doing as good a job as the Europeans, and yet when you look at our record in the World Juniors, you can't ask for much more. You've already pointed out a three-peat, and now we've got a chance to go through 7-0. We've never done that before. I think that major junior hockey right at the present time is probably in the best shape it's ever been in.
And a lot of people knocking down your doors to get in. We've seen the European invasion, especially from Eastern Europe, the old Warsaw Pact countries. Now we're seeing Americans playing up here a lot. 9 members of Team USA are from CHL teams. How much is too much? Are you going to throw your doors open to the world, or is it still the CHL for Canadians?
Well, we're certainly concerned in the Western Hockey League. We'd love to have more teams. We just don't have enough talent. We don't think we've got enough players. We turned down Vancouver. We've got interest from Kelowna. We've got interest from Edmonton. We've got interest from Winnipeg. We just don't think we've got enough players. It's not that we wouldn't love to have more teams. We just don't think that we could give somebody something in return for maybe their $750,000 or $1 million entry fee.
I know your son Jeff's heavily involved in junior hockey here with the Red Deer Rebels of the Western Hockey League. What about the people that put together this tournament? It's been seen to be top drawer from beginning to end.
They certainly deserve a great deal of credit. Gary Sayre and his entire crew have done an outstanding job, and not only in Red Deer, but Central Alberta, Calgary, and Edmonton. It's a credit to our hockey system, Gord, and volunteers. We never get enough chance to thank them, and without them, I don't know where we'd be. Certainly at our level, we'd be in a lot of trouble. They're great. They're great for our game.
Ed, thanks for talking to us. I know you've got a Memorial Cup to plan for in Kamloops, so thanks for taking the time out.
Thank you very kindly, Gord.
Ed Chenoweth of the Canadian Hockey League, and there's a guy who keeps a close eye on hockey as well. Bob Gainey, the GM and head coach of the Dallas Stars, watching one of his #1 draft picks, Todd Harvey, who's helping lead Canada against Sweden. We're back right after this.
Once upon a time, there was the wonderful land of Canadian cheese. Everything there was delicious. But sometimes the mountain of golden cheddar thundered, creamy mozzarella flowed from the volcano, and Parmesan snowed from the heavens. But the sun always shone on the fresh bocconcini cheese and tomatoes.
Another story, Mommy.
Not now.
Welcome to the land of Canadian cheese.
When the presence is felt, check out what he's wearing. You get robbed by a masked man. Remember what he's wearing. The names wear.
McDonald's, live at the intermission, has been brought to you by your local McDonald's restaurant.
There we go, dressed in the Scarlets, Canada's finest, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I still always think of that Dudley Do-Right cartoon all the time, though, whenever I see the Mounties. But that's, hey, there's patriotism for you. Hockey players walking by a Mountie. There you go. They should put that on a coin or a dollar bill or something. No scoring to tell you about in the second period, just shots on goal, 17-4, the two-period totals in favor of Canada. Now we're going to continue to talk about numbers, not shots on goal or goals, but attendance. The attendance at this tournament has been fantabulous, if there's such a word. It's been great.
Been better than 124,000 overall, better than 60,000 overall just here at the Century in Red Deer, and of course another sellout here tonight, 6,600 overall. The overall capacity for the entire tournament, not just the games here in Red Deer, up around the 90% mark. Now you say to yourself, well, it's not sold out. Hey, think of all the games that don't involve Canada, all the games. I was here the other night, Germany and Czech Republic. The place was close to being packed, 93% capacity, and they've just done a tremendous job. It would have been easy to put this tournament, all the Canada games, in the Saddle Dome or the Coliseum in Edmonton. They chose to hold it here, and it's been absolutely successful. There's been a real community sense all the way through, and they did manage to put one game in each place. It's been a real tribute to the Central Alberta people who run this tournament.
Just by way of reference, I pulled out my game sheet from last year. The total attendance last year in the Czech Republic was 58,143. No comparison. Better than double. Take a look at the play of the period. No scoring to show you, but some fine defensive play. A guy who's done a fine job in front of the net, and maybe hasn't gotten all the attention he deserves, is number 4 for Canada, Ryan McCabe. McCabe working over here, ace Swedish forward Nicholas Sundstrom going hard at him. Pardon me, that's Chad Allen. McCabe is defensive partner. McCabe and Allen have both done great work, and look at how they both combined to keep Sundstrom, a dangerous Swedish forward, in check. Play of the period brought to you by Pepsi. Pepsi reminds you to be young, have fun, drink Pepsi, and get ready, get set. Third period coming up. Canada 20 minutes from perfection at the World Junior. We'll be right back.
So I'm channel surfing when it occurs to me, I wouldn't mind hitting one of those fashion TV shows in Paris. You know, I'd find out what's in, find out what's out. That'd be cool. And who knows, maybe someone over there would appreciate the enduring qualities of a true Canadian lager. Hey, trendy colors come and go. Me, I prefer blue.
There are some things you can't put a price on. Fortunately, safety isn't one of them.
Hi, roadside assistance?
Cantel Amigo for $19.95 a month with no setup fees and no long-term commitment. Because if you had to put a price on safety, this is it. Get an Amigo today and receive free evenings for a year.
Well, you can't start the period until you've sat in our private eye seat and had a look at what our private eyes were watching. Some fine defensive play.
Sean Donovan drops the stick, continues to pursue his man, gets away with a little bit of a hold there, and then makes a beautiful play to block a shot. Takes that one right in the midsection, gets his stick back, and back down the ice. Some of the unsung work by a good defensive player on Team Canada from the Ottawa 67s, Sean Donovan.
And away we go with the show. It's period number 3. Canada is up 3-1, and they will start this period with a power play for the first minute and 33 seconds. And I say again, Sweden must win the game. Here comes Allison. Up there, shoots, off the post, rebound, scores, does it!
Another power play goal for Canada. Eric Daze. The big lad does it again. Right off the face-off, the Swedes turn this puck over. Right there, Nicholas Sundstrom's pass is intercepted by Jason Allison. He rings it squarely off the post. The Swedes are slow to the rebound, and Eric Daze, the big 6'5" winger from the Beauport Harfang, picked up the rebound and backhands it over Jonas Forsberg, who is down and out. Eric Daze, the big hat trick in the game over the Russians. And this guy has stood very tall, more than the fact that he's 6'5" in this tournament. Very important goal here early in the third period on the power play.
And Daze has just set a Canadian World Junior Hockey Championship record. He scores 8 seconds into the period, eclipsing the previous record of 11 seconds. Jim Sandlak did that against Switzerland back in 1986.
And hey, another assist for big Jason Allison, number 9.
A power play goal for Canada to open the third period. They're up 4-1. And I was just about to say before the goal, Sweden must win this game to clinch a silver medal. And hopes for a silver just tarnished a little more. Here's Finstrom. Finstrom on the way up for Sweden. Kluche, Jesper Mattsson up there looking for the puck. Soderberg moves up. Friesen chops it away, but not out. Back to the line. Puck fired in there by Tarnstrom. Did a good job of keeping it in, just barely. Baumgartner trying to get it out. Billstrom with a shot. He can't get it in on goal. Ottoson try to get it up there to Soderberg. Mattsson up there as well. Here's Allen now for Canada. Up to Friesen. Friesen works his way in over the blue line, clears it up. He's up there with Harvey and Dagg. Puck into the corner. Eriksson now brings it up around the boards and out. So Canada with a 4-1 lead. Here comes Soderberg in offside. 18 minutes and 27 seconds away from finishing up this tournament without a loss or a tie.
We were tempted to tell you about the aerodynamics, ergonomics, and mechanics of the new Pontiac Sunfire. But then we realized they all add up to exactly the same thing. The new Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
The 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship, brought to you in part by your local McDonald's restaurant and by Canadian Dairy Products, naturally the best.
And Canada picks up the pace in the second period, opens up its lead in hits, scoring chances. Power play just devastating. That, of course, doesn't reflect the fact that there was a goal scored here early in the third period on the power play.
Power play is now 2 for 2 in the game.
And referee Gerhard Mueller doesn't like the line changes that the Swedes are making. Team Canada is the home game in this game, home team in this game.
Oh, during all the confusion ensuing right there, Don Hay trying to slip on a couple of extra guys, and he'll be allowed to do that, having last change. Allison going after the puck. He's got Murray up on the right side. Sundstrom gets there first. Tried to get it to Davidson. Davidson after that puck along the boards. Sparkvedet moving up. Coach Tommy Top juggling his lines around a little bit. He's taken Jesper Mattsson off this line. And he has Johan Davidson out there instead.
Tonight's attendance is sold out the round of 6,630.
Well, a new Canadian junior hockey, world junior hockey record set in this game. Eric Dazé scoring 8 seconds from the start of a period, eclipsing the record set by Jim Sandlak. This is against Switzerland, and Sandlak scores 11 seconds into the period.
In 1986 in the World Juniors, Jim Sandlak, Joe Nieuwendyk, and Shane Corson were the big line for Canada. There's Eric Dazé's goal, 8 seconds in to eclipse the Sandlak mark. 1986 tournament, of course, though, Canada was perfect until the final game when they ran up against a Soviet Union team that beat them 4-1 before a sold-out crowd at Cops Coliseum. That game, I always remember, Jim Sandlak put Alexander Seamak in the penalty box with a big hit. Seamak's helmet was on backwards. He got up, crawled out of the box, stepped out on the ice, skated down, scored a goal, subdued the crowd, and Russia went on for a convincing 4-1 victory.
Finstrom works it across. Here's O'Neill. Tucker and Smith up there with him. Smith running into his man. Jovanovski. Tarnqvist. Chased into the corner by O'Neill. They'll bump up there. Ryan Smith leaping up, trying to get the puck loose. Here's Johansson. Up for Peter Strome, number 16. Dishes it off and up ahead. Mattsson moving in towards the net, looking for a rebound, but Daniel Cloutier hanging on to it.
Well, Cloutier had a bit of trouble with that knuckleballer from far out. We'll find out very early now in this third period, down by 3, how badly the Swedes really want this silver medal. They do have a quick strike offense. They are able to score goals in bunches. But there's no question they haven't come out with the kind of jump that Coach Tommy Tomp wanted from them, and Canada has been near flawless in its preparation. Really unusual. No one knew quite what to expect. Team Canada kept on saying, we'll be ready, but you didn't know whether to really believe them because the game loses some of its edge when the gold medal has been won.
Corville coming up the middle, takes the pass off his skate, gives chase along the boards there. Murray coming over to look for it. Here's Carlson. Big Andreas Karlsson stopped up at the line. Allison comes up. He's got Murray going to the net. And Allison taken out along the boards by Eriksson. Back come the Swedes. Soderberg just fires it down into the corner. Soderberg hustling up there after it. Puck comes up. Eriksson trying to drive it through. Gets his own rebound back. Moving in. Eriksson to Soderberg. Gets it back. Eriksson shoots. That was blocked. And the puck comes back out. That nailed Allison, and he will head to the bench after blocking that shot. Murray trying to lead Daze. Gets it down into the corner. Daze and Botterill moving up there after it. Botterill digs that puck loose. Peterson is high in the slot. Allen has moved up from the point. Puck comes away from the scrum, though, in Swedish control. Davidson up off the board. Sundstrom zips it across. Sparkvedet trying to come in against Peterson. This holds things up. Davidson moving up after it. Number 20 down into the corner. Sundstrom in there to help out. Peterson trying to get rid of it. This is Baumgartner for Canada up to Botterill. Gets it up ahead to Daze. Daze and Baumgartner. Here's Allen up there to join it. Gets the puck into the corner. Sparkvedet up after that puck. Sparkvedet taking the outside route. He's crushed by Baumgartner. Davidson bumps his man. Friesen going after that puck. Got around Finstrom, but couldn't quite catch up to it. 15:08 to go in the third period. Canada leading 4-1. Peter Strome up there digging. Can't come up with it for Swedes. Harvey for Canada. Long pass up ahead. Here comes Daig. Sorkin and Friesen are up there too. Friesen almost knocked down that bouncing puck. Strome down in the corner. Daig chops it loose. Finstrom goes after it for Sweden. Off the boards and down the ice. And icing is called on Sweden with 14:40 still to play in the third period. Canada up 4-1. Be sure to join us at the conclusion of this game for the TSN Turning Point. The Turning Point brought to you tonight by Apple Auto Glass, the pick of the crop from coast to coast.
Some things in life are perfectly clear. Repairing your windshield instead of replacing it makes sense. An unrepaired windshield becomes 50 pounds of unrecyclable garbage. Let Apple repair that stone chip and do your part for the environment.
Well, another year, another silver medal for Tommy Tomp. That's how things are looking. It will be 4 silvers in a row if his team loses this game. They're down 4-1 with 14:33 to go in the third period. Here comes Matson. Up to the line with Strome. Matson chasing that bouncing puck up to Peter Strome. Matson is in front. Johansson's down there as well. Now Matson into the corner. Strome darting towards the front of the goal. Jesper Matson, top of the point. Tried to throw that one in. Jovanovski took it off the ankle, and he will limp his way around. He's going to head to the bench now. Puck comes up around the boards now. Sorkin. Ottoson watching him. Here's McCabe. Jovanovski, by the way, kneeling down in behind the Canadian bench after getting nailed on the ankle with a shot from Jesper Matson. Puck comes up ahead. This is the other side of Peterson. And Canada will make a player change on the go. Jonas Anderson Junka carries out to center. Trying to fire it into Canadian territory. He got tangled up with Larry Corville. Now Sorkin will take it. Karlsson up there to chase him out. Baumgartner. Back to Sorkin. Here's Allison. Soderberg watching him. Puck knocked out at the line. Finstrom couldn't maintain control. Here comes Corville. He's muscled off the puck there at the blue line, but not before he cleared it in. Allison up along the boards trying to chop it back. 12:54 to go, third period. Canada up 4-1. Just under 13 minutes away from finishing up perfect in this tournament. 7-0. No Canadian team has ever done that. Allison got it in front. That's knocked down. Here's Marty Murray after it. Allison tried to tee it up again. Botterill up there bashing and crashing, but the Swedes come away. Lead pass up ahead, and Davidson was popped at the blue line. Here's Red. Wade Red for Canada. Tarnquist having some trouble. O'Neill coming hard, shoots, rebound. That's knocked down. Forsberg. Good stop after Jeff O'Neill came out of nowhere to create a scoring chance.
All my life was a paper.
If you have a dream,
What's plain, pure, and white?
we have the color.
Till you move with your brush and with your special touch, made the colors just right.
And there's a lifetime of color at your Benjamin Moore dealer.
Decorated my life.
Benjamin Moore, a stroke of brilliance.
Decorated my life.
Tonight's story brought to you by Canadian Dairy Products, naturally the best.
Eric Daze gets things off to a good start here in the third period. The Canadian World Junior record, 8 seconds in. And Jeff O'Neill dances around the Swedish defender, gets the puck, uses his speed to advantage. And the Guelph Storm forward gets 2 good cracks at it, but can't get it up over Jonas Forsberg. Daze's back out there looking for more.
Daze fires the puck to the corner. Peterson after it. O'Neill's down low in the corner. Couldn't get it to him. Here's Jesper Mattsson. Peter Strome breaking up on the right-hand side. Strome tried to tap it in front, and Cloutier will collapse on that.
Puck very nearly went in between Cloutier's skate and the goalpost. Bad bounce coming out that he had difficulty with.
Peter Strome, a Montreal Canadiens draft pick. 200th player taken overall in 1994. He was with the Swedish team last year. Had 3 assists.
Coach Don Hay behind the Canadian bench. Canadian team getting congratulations from lots of people over the last couple of days in their gold medal win. A letter from the Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien. As well as an interesting fax from somebody else. We'll talk about that in just a moment.
Puck tapped loose. Peterson trying to get up there to it. Here's Strome. Strome will start back. In over the line. Mattsson is going for the front of the net. Botterill guarding him. Mattsson into the corner now. Has it. Centered it out in front. Strome couldn't get to it. Baumgartner chops it away. Botterill. Moving it down the ice. This is Philstrom for Sweden. Canada making changes. Daig, Harvey, and Friesen come over the boards. 11:18 to go. Third period. Canada leads 4-1. Friesen chops it to the corner. Daig flying up there after it. Lost his balance there back of the net. Harvey just missed his man. Lead pass for Anderson Junka. Long shot. Blockered away by Cloutier. Big rebound out to Harvey. Alexander Daig slamming into his man after he was upended up behind the Swedish net. Lost his balance more than he was upended, actually. In back of the goal now. Ottoson trying to get it out for Sweden. Lead pass up for Daig. Trying to get by Anderson Junka. Offside is called on Canada with 10:35 to go in the third period. Canada up 4-1.
Well, I talked about a fax that was sent. Todd Harvey, the captain of the team and Team Canada, received a fax from Brett Lindros congratulating him on their victory and the job well done. Brett Lindros, of course, one of a number of players who has made a decision that they couldn't play on this team. They were cut from the team at the last part of the selection camp. That's a nice touch from Brett Lindros. It's a difficult experience for all the players that try out for Canada's team. The depth of talent is greater in Canada than any other country. Nowhere is it as difficult to make the national junior team as it is in Canada.
Here's Spartvedet coming in, fires up there. Cloutier knocks it away. No rebound to the front of the net at all. They have been very rare indeed on this night. Here comes Marty Murray. Gets it across. Corville shoots. A bullet just wide of the target. Here's Allen. Fires it across. Baumgartner will back up. Lead pass. Sundstrom was on the way, but Allison broke it up. Here's Allen. Spartvedet. Up to the line, drops it off. Davidson shoots. That rockets up around the board. Sundstrom after it. He's bumped along the wall. Baumgartner shovels it back to Allen. And Canada on the way back. Murray coming up there with Allison, cutting in. Allison shoots and carries right on into the net.
Jason Allison goes hard to the net. A great opportunity, and he's hurt right now.
Well, there is interest in this tournament all over the world. That hasn't always been the case, but interest has really picked up in Sweden, and that is the Swedish announcing team calling the game live back to Sweden. That is the French-Canadian announcing team. That is Marc Lachapelle on the right. And, oh, here we are. Best seats in the house. Hope you're enjoying the game. It's been a great tournament. One of our favorite events to cover. And also, it's going back to the folks in the U.S. on ESPN2.
Every year, the profile for this tournament seems to increase. Nowhere is it bigger than in Canada, obviously, where Canada tends to take junior hockey much seriously. And Jason Allison, having a whale of a game, drives hard to the net, gets a good shot on Forsberg. Allison hauled down, goes in, and bangs his left knee on the goalpost. Jason Allison, the Canadian Hockey League Player of the Year from the London Knights last season, would have been with the Washington Capitals if not for the NHL lockout.
9:35 to go. Canada up 4-1. They'll repair the net peg, and Sweden tries to repair its confidence a little.
Those 2 all-beef patties.
Thomas, and Thomas. I'll connect you.
That special sauce.
Thomas and Sons. One moment.
McDonald's Big Mac.
The Thomases.
It's so tempting.
Tom.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Hi, Judy. Any calls?
Things will pick up after lunch.
Chrysler Canada is proud to be exclusive automotive sponsor for the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship. With MotorTrend's 1995 Car of the Year, the new Chrysler Cirrus. We know what it's like to be part of a winning team.
The net peg is repaired. As for the Swedish confidence, well, time will tell. 9:35 to go in the third period. Sweden trailing 4-1. And they need a win to guarantee a silver medal. Otherwise, they will head home with a bronze. They've won silver the last 3 years, running second to Canada every time.
Russians obviously cheering very hard for Team Canada here. They will be the benefactors of a Canadian victory, picking up the silver medal.
Sorkin shoots, tries to get that one through. Here's McCabe, being watched by Johansson. Smith off the boards. Here comes Donovan in over the line. Tucker going for the front of the net. Donovan thumped along the boards, couldn't get it out to Tucker. Ryan Smith up there to forecheck for Canada. He and Tarnqvist mix it up along the boards. This is Matson. Peter Strome is trailing. Matson couldn't get it to the front of the net. Baumgartner was all over him.
Come on.
Now Johansson upends his man. The puck comes back. Finstrom clears it in. No icing on the play. Baumgartner there to pick it up. Sweden making changes on the go. 8:35 to play in the third period. 4-1, Canada leading. Trying to go perfect at this tournament. Offside called on Canada.
Oh, this is like a home game for Ryan Smith, as close as he's going to get. Parents, Jim and Dixie Smith, originally from Banff, listed as the hometown for Ryan Smith, but in fact, Jim now runs a muffler shop here in Red Deer, Alberta. And Peter Friesen wants to clear one thing up, Paul. Earlier in the tournament, you said, back a few years ago, and he was a trainer for Team Canada, that the players used to rub his head for good luck. And he says, they never actually did it. And he said, he wants people to know because he doesn't want this team to start it because he's afraid he doesn't have too many more to lose. He's getting a hard time from the guys. And he says, now the guys want to rub his head for luck.
So it was a vicious rumor. Daze gets it back out. Peterson.
The guys of the team loved it, though.
Daze moving up. This is Finstrom. Carlson swings up to the line, tight ropes along the line, and comes in. Soderberg going to the front of the net, but Filstrom couldn't get the shot on net. Finstrom hustling back there. He had to hold off Peterson. Here's Jovanovski. Jovanovski back out there after taking a shot off the ankle earlier in the period. Looks to be okay. Anderson Juncker trying to weave his way through. Jovanovski there to pick it up. Here's McCabe. Up to Friesen. Day gets it up at center. Sundstrom knocks it down. Day there to intercept it. Up to Harvey. Seven minutes and 10 seconds to go. Davidson in the corner. Gets it in front. Puck rolling around. Sundstrom after it. Anderson Juncker, number 3, in from the point to pick it up. Svartvedet was in front, but he couldn't get it to him. Sundstrom with a shot. That's blocked. Harvey got in front of it. There has not been a goal scored since the 8-second mark early in this period. Here comes Friesen in. Cuts right in on goal. Almost finished off. What an effort by Friesen. It hit the post as he cut across. Strome trying to jab his way through. He battles his way into the corner there with Red. Puck comes out in front of the net. Johansson swiping at it. What a great chance for Friesen. What a great effort. Forsberg gets it up around the boards. Johansson. Finstrom winding his way up. He has Jesper Mattsson with him. Here's Mattsson with the puck. Strome going for the front of the net. There's a shot. That zips wide. This is Larry Corville for Canada. Marty Murray is on the way to Jason Allison's right. Allison to Murray. Fires it in on goal, and Forsberg will hold on to it. 4-1. Canada leading. 5:51 to go.
Because you don't stretch your toes during the 7th inning stretch. Micotin penetrates the skin to kill athlete's foot.
Canada scored 3 goals in the first period, none in the second. Eric Dazé with a goal 8 seconds into the third, and almost goal number 5 here.
Well, Jeff Friesen just basically slams that puck up against the post. He's got Allison with him, but decides to do it himself. The puck deflecting off the end of Forsberg's stick. Friesen banged it right up against the goalpost. Very nearly 5-1.
Rio battle for that puck as it carries up along the boards. Smith front and center, gets it up to Donovan. Smith right back in there. He's upended by Eriksson, and a penalty coming up against Sweden. Anders Eriksson upending Smith. And that Canadian power play, almost 50% efficient. We'll go to work in a minute.
3 weekend warriors. 4-letter words. 6 flights daily. 17 scars. 0 limits. 9 lives. Equals 1 joyride. For all you do, this bud's for you.
Big Detroit Red Wing first-rounder Anders Eriksson gets a holding penalty. Gets a double minor, in fact. 1 for the hold right there. Pulls his man down, Ryan Smith. Then he cross-checks his man into the boards. Gets a penalty for that. Coming up right here. Bang Sean Donovan into the board. The double minor. I'll tell you what. The Swedes are starting to take some real physical liberties here in their own end. It'll be interesting to see if Canada can maintain their discipline. They've got a 4-minute power play, so that's obviously the focus now. But if the Swedes continue to take physical liberties, I'm sure Don Hale will be preaching discipline, but there'll be some boys out there that'll want to go running and gun a little.
The power play is 2 for 2. 2 goals on 2 shots. Offside called on Canada. I don't think you can get much more impressive on the power play than that.
Now, 5 minutes and 6 seconds left on Hay with a 3-goal lead. He's got a 3-minute and 44-second power play. Things couldn't be better. And he said he'd like to pass along a big hello to Ken Bond, his father-in-law, watching on in Kamloops, and of course his wife Vicky. Got 3 children. One of them are here. One of them is here. Daryl, perhaps a future WHLer, could go in the Bantam draft in the first and second round this year. Got a set of twins at home. The girls. Says hi to all of them. Says he'll be back home tomorrow and ready to go on a road trip with the Blazers on Friday night.
Yahoo! Off the board, Spark Burnett down into the corner. Canada in the power play. Here's Dazé. Allison takes the long route along the boards and can't keep it in.
That's that aggressive penalty killing I talked about earlier. Nobody kills penalties more aggressively than this Swedish team.
Freezing up there after it. 2:56 left in Canada's power play. Puck comes out. McCabe shoots. That's tipped wide. Back around to Sorkin. Sorkin back over to McCabe. Back to Sorkin. Fires it. That's wide. There it is. Fired in on goal. That's knocked back. Good pressure by Canada. 2:34 left in the power play. 3:54 to go in the game. Canada up 4-1. And they will go into the books, by the looks of it, as the first Canadian team ever to go through the World Junior Hockey Tournament perfect. Not one blemish in the record. 7 wins, no losses, no ties. Here's Baumgartner. Tarnquist dumps it out. 2 minutes left in the power play. Baumgartner. This is Wade Redden. And Anderson Juncker just fires it back.
Canada not getting going with much here on the power play, but that's okay. The meter's not running on their year.
Here comes Daigle on the move, trying to get it across in front for Smith, who was upended in the way. McCabe back at the line, takes it, works it across to Sorkin. Back to McCabe, top of the point, trying to drive it through. Harvey up to Daigle. Ryan Smith there to pick it up. Smith tried to get it back to McCabe, broken up. Ottoson trying to get away, like he's skating in sand because McCabe had a hold of him, and McCabe is going to head to the penalty box. .235 still to go in the third.
It was dawn when I first saw it. The wonderful land of Canadian cheese. The sun was rising over exquisite Emmental omelette. I made my way to the very peak of the divine Monterey Jack. Yes, I cut my way through celery stalks stuffed with cream cheese and a blizzard of walnuts to come upon a plateau of potatoes smothered in golden cheddar. After your questions, there'll be a buffet of delicious cheeses.
Welcome to the land of Canadian cheese.
I'm not sure how you... 2:35 to go in the third period. Canada had a power play for another minute and 14 seconds, but that is nullified. Brian McCabe takes a hooking penalty. Didn't have much choice. Christopher Ottoson would have been gone had McCabe not put the hook on him. .235 to go. Tarnquist with a shot, and that's steered away by Cloutier. Cloutier has been solid, and you will likely see him back next year with Canada's national junior team.
Certainly be a good bet. You wouldn't think he's going to crack the New York Rangers roster. Will continue to be with the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, the Ontario League. They're struggling this year, but fully expect to be on the rebound again next year. Cloutier, a real competitive guy. Brother Sylvain Cloutier, draft pick of the Detroit Red Wings, who last year captained the Guelph Storm of the OHL.
Puck comes back. Tarnquist shoots one in. Teams at even strength for the next minute 4, and then Sweden will have a power play. Here's Sparkvedet. Sparkvedet kicks it up onto his stick, trying to get it in front for Sundstrom. Sundstrom really battling, scores! Niklas Sundstrom. And it's 4-2. Canada leading with 2:12 to go.
Well, with the team's 4 aside in terms of skaters anyways, Niklas Sundstrom does a good job in the slot of fighting off his man. Some good work down low by Per Sparkvedet. Able to get that puck out in front. And an excellent job by Sundstrom as he's being checked by Chad Allen amongst others. Finding that puck in the feet and just getting off a shot with 2 Canadian players draped all over him. Marty Murray, Chad Allen both on top of Niklas Sundstrom, but they didn't have a stick tied up. He fired that in, the New York Ranger first rounder, his 4th goal of the tournament. 2-goal difference with 2:11 left to go.
Puck comes up around the boards. Tarnquist can't get it out. Forsberg steers that away. Less than 2 minutes to go. Puck comes up ahead now. Strong trying to cut in. Fires it down to the corner. Strong gets it back to Anderson Junka. Anderson Junka gets it in front. Scores! Peter Strong. And it's 4-3 with 1:36 to go.
And in 14 seconds, the Swedes will be going on the power play. Big Peter Strong. Big strong Jonas Anderson Junka advances that puck. And Strong just wheels and fires. Junka has really impressed me in this tournament. A guy that's really picked up the lion's share of responsibility on the Swedish blue line when injuries hit them hard. Matthias Ullin, the Vancouver Canucks first rounder, not playing in this game tonight, had a knee injury. If this game had been for the gold medal, Matthias Ullin would have been able to play with a knee brace put onto him by a doctor here in Red Deer. Now it gets interesting. Canada wants to be flawless. They've got 1:34 to go to prevent the Swedes from scoring another goal.
The goals 36 seconds apart. Murray up into the corner. A win will get a silver medal for Sweden. Working through, Carlson, backhand shot, rebound, was sitting right there. Ottoson was up in the play. Great chance. And suddenly, the Swedish attack has come to life. Filstrom moves it up. Ottoson swinging at it. Puck poked out. Here comes Friesen, dipping, diving, rolls it in. That was blocked into the corner. 45 seconds left. Sweden must win this game to get silver. A tie, and they go home with a bronze. They pulled their goaltender with 37 seconds left.
Well, Jeff Friesen almost got the bonus. Forsberg was on his way to the net. He had to hustle back into it and stop that shot from Jeff Friesen. An opportunity for the Swedes. Big Andreas Carlson with the backhand. Hits Chad Allen, almost bounced into the Canadian net. And it's Ottoson falling up the play, trying to bang that home. Hits the side of the net, and then advanced back down the other end.
Timeout for Team Sweden. Once again, for Team Canada against Sweater.
Got a timeout called here.
Story of the game brought to you by Canadian Dairy Products, naturally the best. And the featured player in the story receives a check for $1,000 that he can in turn sign over to the Minor Hockey Association of his choice. And Allison is our featured player in the story tonight with a goal and an assist. Well, Canada has won the gold, no problem. Sweden has to win the game, not tie it, to pick up the silver medal. A tie would get them a bronze, but what Sweden can take some satisfaction in doing is putting a blemish on Canada's record. If Canada can hang on and win this game, they would be the first Canadian team ever to go perfect, 7-0 at the World Junior Hockey Championship. Sweden with an empty net. Puck comes back to Eriksson, trying to get it through. Down into the corner. Puck chopped along the boards and out. 25 seconds left. An empty net to shoot at. And icing is called on Canada. 14.7 seconds to go.
Well, you never really like to ice the puck late in the game like that. However, under the circumstances, knowing they won the gold medal, you've had a little margin for error. Canada wants to be perfect. They want the 7-0 record. You can afford to gamble a little bit with an icing call there, and we're going to have another timeout. Maintain the suspense a little longer to find out Canada can indeed be perfect. Coach Don Hay, a lot of motivational slogans, new ones on the wall today. Had a big one up there, says if you want to leave footprints in the times of sand, wear work boots. And underneath it was a big picture when Team Canada was in Grand Prairie, Alberta, where they had to stay before they went into the building, the complex. They had to leave their boots at the door, so they had a big picture, 20-odd pairs of Team Canada winter boots blowing up and put on the wall right underneath that one. A big collage of photos of when Team Canada skated at Grand Prairie on a pond as a team building.
A great team on the ice and a great team behind the scenes from Bob Nicholson right on down. And a special congratulations to Dave Fitzpatrick, whose association with the National Junior Program is finishing up with this game. Sheldon Ferguson also leaving to take a job with the Hartford Whalers. The trainers have done a great job right on down the line.
Peter Friesen, Peter Hurd, Shelby Cartman and Troy Parchman, an outstanding job keeping Team Canada together, and they're down to 14.7 seconds on the clock, a one-goal lead, an empty net for the Swedes. Nicholas Sundstrom for the Swedes on the face-off.
On the draw, backhand shot, Kluche a great save, rebound, just fired wide. Davidson was right there in front. Great pressure by the Swedes. Puck comes back, Anderson Yuka fires it in, that's knocked away. Davidson chops at it, the game is over. The game is over. And this time for Canada, it's pure gold, 7-0.
Perfect, just perfect.
Shots on goal in the third period.
Canada finishes the tournament 7-0. No Canadian team has ever done that. What a great way to top off a three-peat. 3 gold medals in a row. Wow.
What an outstanding job Don Hay has done. He won the Memorial Cup with the Kamloops Blazers last spring. Has provided just the right environment, and never has he stepped to the fore and said, I did this, or I did that, or my coaching did this. He created the environment for a talented team, one of the most talented teams Canada's ever had, to go out and do their job. He's a player's coach. The players love him. And he's happy, very happy, that his team was able to withstand that rally late in the game from the Swedes and maintain a perfect 7-0 record. A valiant effort by Team Sweden. Too little, too late. They lose to Canada again. This time, though, no silver medal for them. It'll just be a bronze. What a finish. Team Sweden going after Team Canada hard to try and get the tying goal. All sorts of action down in front of Dan Kluche. What a great save. Kluche makes the save. Here's Spartan Bennett could not get his hands on the rebound. He's hammered to the boards. Dan Cloutier comes up with a great save to make this tournament a 7-0 finish.
Well, stay with us. The closing ceremony's coming up, and that'll just start the party off here in Red Deer.
Participating in the closing ceremonies of tonight's game are the premier sponsors of Canadian hockey, Air Canada and Esso, together with the official sponsor of the World Junior Championship, Alberta Lotteries. Representing Air Canada is Len Callahan. Representing Esso, Mr. Roger Purdy. And representing the Alberta government and Alberta Lotteries, the Honorable Mr. Stockwell Day. Tonight's players of the game receive a Sony Walkman, compliments of Sony Canada. Making the Team Sweden player of the game presentation is Len Callahan of Air Canada. The Team Sweden player of the game is number 10, Anders Soderberg.
Anders Soderberg was one of the best offensive players for Sweden last year at the tournament, and he does himself proud again coming back this year. He had a hat trick in the game against Germany and is the player of the game tonight for Sweden.
Presentation is the Honorable Mr. Stockwell Day on behalf of Alberta Lotteries. The Team Canada player of the game is number 9, Jason Allison.
One more time for Jason Allison. What a tournament he's had.
Unquestionably his strongest game of the tournament. Extremely strong down low. As is their custom, after every time a guy wins it, they just go in there and beat the daylights out of him.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you now please rise for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. You're invited to stand by for the
Don Hay and his coaching staff celebrate, as do the Canadian players. They finally got the 7-0 mark they'd been looking for, and if there was ever any question about this Canadian team's desire to put its mark, there couldn't be any more now. A 3-0 lead, and Team Canada goes on to hang on by a 4-3 count, and now the Canadians wait for what they won a couple of days ago, the gold medals that will be presented moments from now to the nation that has now won the World Junior Championship for an unprecedented third consecutive year. Canada, the gold medalist, perfect at 7-0, and our coverage of the World Junior Championship closing ceremony will continue right after this.
This season, decorate your party with cool new package designs from Pepsi. It's the Pepsi Holiday Party Bunch. Get them before they're gone.
Hey, look who's here.
Hockey. It's been a part of Canada for as long as anyone can remember. It's entertained us, thrilled us, and given us national pride. At Esso, we believe these dreams build not just champions on ice, but champions in life. That's why we're proud sponsors of hockey in communities all across Canada, from the Esso Medals of Achievement to team sponsorships through to the Hockey Hall of Fame. Through our SO Kids program, we'll continue to be there as long as there's a patch of ice and kids with dreams.
All my life was a paper.
A lifetime of dreams.
Once plain, pure, and white.
A lifetime of color.
Till you moved with your brush, and with your special touch, made the colors just right.
Decorate your life with color. See your Benjamin Moore dealer.
Decorated my life.
Benjamin Moore, a stroke of brilliance.
You decorated my life.
There are some things you can't put a price on. Fortunately, safety isn't one of them.
Hi, roadside assistance.
Cantel Amigo for $19.95 a month with no setup fees and no long-term commitment. Because if you had to put a price on safety, this is it. Get an Amigo today and receive free evenings for a year.
Time now for the TSN Turning Point, brought to you by Apple Auto Glass. Well, it was all Canada in this hockey game, and right off the face-off, the puck comes loose, and the big save by Danny Cloutier, two of them, in fact, to preserve the victory. A tie would have been of no use for Canada, which is looking for the 7-0 mark. And that is the TSN Turning Point. A cash donation will be made to the Coaching Association of Canada for the training and development of Canadian coaches in amateur sport. On behalf of TSN and Apple Auto Glass, guaranteed the pick of the crop from coast to coast. One of the picks of the crop for Team Canada is standing by with Paul Romanek.
Jason Allison, it obviously wasn't good enough just to finish up in this tournament with the gold medal. You wanted to be perfect. How focused was this team before the game? I was down here around the room beforehand, and you guys seemed pretty loose.
Yeah, we were pretty focused. You know, I guess we wouldn't be quite as focused or quite as intense as we would if we already haven't won. But the boys wanted to prove something. They wanted to be 7-0, and no other Canadian team's ever done it. And we went out, and that was our goal. And that's what you know. I think we were almost as pumped up for this game as we were for the other one. So it's great. You know, we want to show some Canadian pride and come out with a 7-0 record.
Jason, I know one of the sources of inspiration that Don Hay used for this game was he had pictures up on the wall of a great day you guys had in Grand Prairie, out in the ice with local kids, just basically playing a pond shinny, using old boots for nets and the whole bit. Why did that act as such a great source of inspiration for you?
I don't know. It just shows, you know, everyone grows up as a kid, and you know, I grew up as a kid like that, you know, out and watching the World Junior Championships and wanting to be there one day. Now we're here one day, and we could be, you know, like the best record ever in Canadian history, and that's a great. I think that's a great accomplishment, and that was our motivation. That's what we used, and it worked.
Is this bittersweet at all for you, knowing that once you leave and head into that dressing room, when you walk out, it'll be the last time that you're walking out of there having been part of this team?
Yeah, it's sad. It was sad last year too, you know. But your close friends you keep in touch with, and you see the guys a couple of years down the road or a year down the road, and you know, you still reminisce about it, you know, talk about it, and you know, have fun about it.
Jason, I'll let you get to the room. Great tournament, great game. Congratulations, and take care.
Thank you.
Jason Allison of the Canadian team, the perfect Canadian team, 7-0. No team has ever done that at the World Junior Hockey Championship wearing the Canadian colors. Gord?
3 straight gold medals for Canada. The Canadians did it at home, and they did it with a 7-0 mark. What more could you ask from this team? Not much. And every time it was asked, this club delivered. Coming up next, the gold medals will be delivered to Team Canada, and we'll have it for you on TSN.
Those 2 all-beef patties.
Thomas, and Thomas. I'll connect you.
That special sauce.
Thomas and Sons. One moment.
McDonald's Big Mac.
The Thomases.
It's so tempting.
Tom.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Hi, Judy. Any calls?
Things will pick up after lunch.
Since the beginning, you could always rely on the airport for wonderful gifts. Fine restaurants, and a splendid place to rent a great set of wheels. Thrifty Car Rental.
Rent from Thrifty and get a long-distance card good for 5 free minutes with a donation to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind.
So wherever you are in Canada, in your neighborhood, or at any major airport, we're there. Your neighborhood thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
When the presence is felt, check out what he's wearing. You get robbed by a masked man. Remember what he's wearing. The names wear.
Hi, I'm Larry Corvo of Team Canada. We have no time off our gold medal victory because this Friday, it's the Austral Generals versus North Bay Centennials right here on TSN.
The Canadian celebration is hard-earned at the end of the hockey game. A 4-3 Canadian victory as the Canadians had to hang on near the end to preserve the 7th and final victory of the tournament. In all, this team, which had an average age of 19 years and 2 months, had 10 first-round picks, had the last 2 first overalls and probably the next first overall, and 6 top 10 picks, came together as a team. Yes, it was a team of stars, but as a team of players like Nolan Baumgartner and Larry Corville, brought together by Don Hay, and it was all about this. And from the beginning, the Canadians were focused on the gold, and in the end, it's what they came away with. The Canadians scored a dramatic victory here tonight. That had to be the most exciting, meaningless hockey game in Canadian history, but the Canadians put a lot on the line today. They said they wanted to hear the song one more time. They did, and they'll actually get to hear it again in a moment when the gold medals are handed out to Team Canada. Other games today, it was Russia over Finland by a score of 6-2. The Finns actually led that game 2-0. That was the game that got the Russians the silver medal in the hockey tournament. Other games to tell you about, the United States scored 5 goals in the second period, beat the Czech Republic by a score of 7-5. That game was in Panoka. And the final game outside of this one was Ukraine and Germany. That was in Stettler, and Germany wins it by a final score of 6-2. But our final score here at the Centrium in Red Deer was the one that everyone wanted to see, and it was Team Canada defeating Sweden by a final score of 4-3. Team Canada wins 3 consecutive gold medals now. That is 5 in the last 6 years. The final standings show Canada with the gold. Russia gets the silver. And for the first time in 4 years, Sweden doesn't get the silver. It gets bronze instead after a 4-2-1 mark. Finland finishes in 4th place. The United States in 5th, but people had higher hopes for the U.S. after it opened the tournament beating the Russians on day 1, but the Americans fell flat. After that, Germany and Ukraine each finished at 1-6 in the basement. Here is the final tournament scoring, and Marty Murray from Team Canada finishes with 15 points. Jason Allison from Team Canada next with 14, and Brian McCabe of the Canadian Blue Line Corps comes up in 3rd with 12 points. You know, you'll talk about this team, and Coach Don Hay brings up a number of significant moments, but one of the biggest might have been the first time he spoke to Alexander Daigle. Daigle, of course, a first pick overall in the NHL draft, a multi-millionaire who played last year with the Ottawa Senators. He had more NHL experience than all the other players on this Canadian team combined. And Daigle said to him, I can't wait to play for you, to play with guys my own age. I'll do whatever you ask. I'll check. I'll be a playmaker. Just ask me when to play, and I'll be there for you. Then, the day the cuts were made, the day that Don Hay had to cut Brett Lindros, he sat down with 3 players. Darcy Tucker, who plays for his Kamloops Blazers, Jeff O'Neill, plays for the Guelph Storm, and Ryan Smith. All 3 of those guys are stars in their own right. He said, you guys are going to make the team, but you're going to be on the 4th line. Are you okay with that? Because if you're not, I'll let you go, and you can go gracefully. All 3 guys said, you tell us where to sit, and we'll be there for you when you want us to play. Jeff O'Neill is one of the biggest scorers in all of junior hockey, and yet he accepted his assignment with grace. He checked. He played a speed defense against the other team's top players, and the 4th line was one of Canada's best in the tournament. The players are coming back to the ice for their medals, and right now, let's go back to Paul Romanek.
Thanks, Gord, and we watched the 3rd place team head out onto the ice. And for Sweden, that's a little bit unusual. Coming off of 3 straight silver medals, they have to settle for a bronze medal this year. It's always a fun part of the tournament, and when you're overseas, you don't always get to see this. When the tournament's overseas, you don't always get to see it back in Canada. But this year, we're with the closing ceremony straight through. You'll get to see all the color and pageantry and the medal presentation.
Well, the irony never took place for Swedish coach Tommy Tomt and his team. He knows that they've lost to Canada in 2 crucial meetings. They both led to gold medals for the Canadian junior team. The last 2 years, the Swedes have lost only 1 game apiece. That was each time to Canada. This time they lost to Canada. They don't even get the silver, they get the bronze. Going into the game, Tommy Tom said, you know, one way his perverse worst fear was we would beat Canada tonight and still only end up with the silver. It was like a nightmare, he said. I guess the real nightmare is a bronze medal. I'm sure they're very disappointed.
And next up, a team that has struggled the last few years at the World Junior Championship, certainly when you measured its performances to past performances. The Big Red Machine was no more after the breakup of the Soviet Union. The last time that this club won a gold medal was back at the World Junior Championship held in Füssen, Germany. And actually halfway through the tournament, they ceased to be the Soviet Union and became the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States. Now they are Russia, and this tournament serving notice that they are back.
And it's good to see them back, too. I find it very gratifying that a hockey power like the former Soviet Union, they're going through so many economic hardships, among others in the old Soviet Union, now Russia. And here comes Canada, the gold medal winners. They get the standing O. Here they come.
That Don Hay and his Canadian players have used is, that's the goods. And they delivered the goods at this tournament. And how? 7-0, golden once again, 3 years in a row.
Larry Corville from Timmins, Jason Allison, Toronto, all across the country. Don Hay from British Columbia. There they are, arm in arm. They really came together as a team, perhaps like no other team Canada. Absolutely outstanding chemistry on this hockey team. Brothers in arms.
And a team for the last time during this ceremony. Let's join our public address announcer now for the closing ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremonies of the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championships. The official party presenting tonight's awards will be Mr. Philippe Lecarrière, representing the International Ice Hockey Federation, Mr. Bill McGivelry, representing Canadian Hockey Association, Mr. Marv Bird with the Alberta Amateur Hockey Association, Mr. Ed Chenault with the Canadian Hockey League, and the 1995 host committee chairman, Mr. Gary Sayre. Decorating third place, Team Sweden will be Mr. Lecarrière, Mr. Bird, and Mr. Chenault.
And they will present the medals in inverted order, bronze, silver, and gold.
Sweden has really worked feverishly over the last 5 or 6 years to improve its junior hockey program. For years, Canada took its junior program much more seriously than almost any other country. The Swedes are now at that same level. The games are televised. They're spending a lot more time on physical conditioning. They're spending a lot more time making bigger, stronger athletes that play the game at a higher skill level. So that man wearing the A, Nicholas Sundstrom, he'll be finished his World Junior career, his third consecutive World Junior career, World Junior tournament. Now decision time as to when or if he'll come to the National Hockey League.
And the players anxiously awaiting their medals. Feel sorry for Tommy Tomp. A great coach, respected very well back in his homeland. He's been with this program for 4 years and denied the gold each time.
And they're just waiting for backup goaltender Henrik Svangs. take his spot in line along with the team doctor, who's obviously getting a little attention. And now they're prepared to hand out the bronze medal to Team Sweden.
And they're doing it a unique way. The way it's normally been done is usually 3 people walk along with a large tray. The medals all laid out, and each individual player is presented with their medal. But as you can see, all those little kids coming out, and every kid has a hat and a medal. And they'll go along and present them individually.
Like a lot of little ring bearers at a wedding coming out. Bronze medal at the World Junior Championships. And for Coach Tommy Thompson, I guess the best saying would be, always an usher, never a groom. Along with that, they're also getting red cowboy hats that they're tipping to the crowd. Draws an appreciative round of applause from our Western hosts.
Still a great accomplishment, a bronze medal at this tournament.
Matthias Oland in the jacket, now receiving his medal. A Vancouver Canuck first rounder suffered a knee injury in the game against the Czech Republic. If this game had been for the gold medal, he would have been playing in the game. That's good news, obviously, for the Vancouver Canucks. It's not a serious injury. Team Sweden had difficulty with injuries on the blue line. Dick Turnstrom missed a couple of games after hurting his ankle against Team USA. Matthias Ullin missing some other crucial games with his knee injury. You have to play with the cards that are dealt to you, and this year, the best Team Sweden could muster was a bronze medal.
Sweden's only gold medal coming in 1981 at the World Junior Championship.
And ironically, that was the year before Canada started sending representative teams to the tournament. Only since 1982 has Canada started putting together its program of excellence.
Medal bearers all standing out in front of the Russian team as well, ready to present the silver medals to them as the bronze continue to be awarded to the Swedish players. Returning players in the Swedish lineup from the team last year, including the goaltender Jonas Forsberg, Dick Tarnstrom, who came back from an injury, Anders Eriksson, a Detroit Red Wings first-round pick.
That hat is not going to fit. Big Daniel back, number 18, number 17. There's Jesper Mattsson, the captain of the Swedish team. An uncertain future awaits him when he returns to the Swedish league. He left his team in Malmo. They threw his equipment out of the dressing room as an indication he's maybe not welcome back for abandoning the team to come with the national junior team. Coach Tommy Tom's squad, bronze medal winners, for winning silver the last 3 consecutive years.
And Jesper will come forward at this time and receive the bronze medal trophy, which is actually an engraved plate. There's a plate for gold, silver, and bronze. And the place is still packed here at the Centrium in Red Deer, and you know why, don't you? They're waiting to go crazy when Canada receives its medals. Jesper Mattsson may well make it back to Red Deer one day. He's going to be making his living with the Calgary Flames in the National Hockey League eventually. Red Deer is about an hour and a half north of Calgary. And now the presentation of the silver medals to the Russian players. That's Igor Dmitriev, the head coach of the Russian team, brought back into the program 10 years after he'd last coached their national junior team. Highly respected veteran international coach. And we've mentioned it before, coming into this tournament, Igor said, we want to bring respectability back to the Russian national junior program. We want to show the rest of the world that hockey is alive and well in our nation. And they sure did that.
Well, they're attempting to overcome a lot of obstacles, economic problems, a lot of social upheaval, and just a lot of lost players to the National Hockey League. It's so hard for young Russians growing up. The players that they used to idolize used to play for teams like Red Army and Moscow Dynamo, Faktor Chelyabinsk. Now they play for the Detroit Red Wings, the Vancouver Canucks, the Buffalo Sabres. It now becomes the goal for all young Russian players to play in the National Hockey League one day, and there's many, many, many players on this team that are destined for that.
And some of the other nations from the former Soviet Union also having their problems. Ukraine represented at this tournament, selling sticks at the end of the tournament to make money, as well as extra uniforms. Hard times, and it just makes you realize how special it is that they're able to put teams together, come over and compete at this level. Ukraine stole a victory over the U.S. in this tournament, a real highlight there, and not many will forget the sparkling performances turned in by Igor Karpenko, their spectacular acrobatic young goaltender.
Vitaly Yachmanev of the North Bay Centennials receives his medal for Team Russia. Leading scorer, the Ontario Hockey League. Interesting to see he's in the game Friday night. TSN has the CHL game Friday night. The North Bay Centennials at the Oshawa Generals. Maybe Vitaly Yachmanev will be back in that game, doing what he does so well for the Centennials. Top scorer in the OHL. Russians only 2 losses in the tournament, one on opening day to Team USA. Of course, the loss to Team Canada paved the way for Canada's gold medal when the Finns were able to tie the Swedes in the dying minutes of their game at the Calgary Saddledome.
And the biggest win for the Russian team at this tournament, coming over the bronze medalists when they shocked Sweden.
Alexander Harlamov, the son of the late, great Valery Harlamov, scored a shorthanded breakaway goal in that game to spark his team and really put them over the hump, and they got a favor from Canada tonight.
And imagine what a thrill it was for Alexander Harlamov to watch the broadcast of the New Year's Eve game, a replay of that old classic game between Montreal and Red Army. He got to see his father in action in great form. He used to play for the Red Army. Alexander Harlamov, hockey legend in Russia. The medalists on the ice, and those who wish they were there watching from afar. Teams like the United States, who came to this tournament with high hopes, maybe a shoot at a medal.
And in the end result, it was their loss against the Ukraine that really stopped them from, could have finished in 4th place. Team USA. And there's Mike Greer in the center of your screen from Boston University, a very fine tournament for him. And next year, of course, this tournament will be held in Boston area.
There's the silver medal plate presented to the Russians. And now the one they came to roar about, the gold medal presentation to the Canadian team.
Decorating gold medal champions Team Canada will be Mr. LeCarriere and Mr. McGilvery.
Jamie Storr, would he be on this team if the NHL was playing and the Los Angeles Kings were at work? Probably not. His battery mate Dan Cloutier of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. 4 games for Storr, 3 games for Cloutier. The best goaltending tandem in the tournament. New York Ranger first rounder. That was Chad Allen receiving his medal. Saskatoon Blade defenseman, one of the unsung heroes. And Brian McCabe, what an outstanding tournament. Excellent leadership, provided offense, defense. He really did it all for Team Canada. Nolan Baumgartner of the Kamloops Blazers, the Washington Capitol first rounder. Big Wade Redden, is he going to be the #1 overall selection in the NHL entry draft this summer? Possibly. The big Brandon Weekling defenseman really distinguished himself here with some heads-up play. Lee Sorkin, big, strong defenseman who likes to rush the puck for the Lethbridge Hurricanes, a New York Rangers second rounder. One of the real heart and soul guys of the team, Larry Corville, a real character, one of the best-liked guys in this team from the Oshawa Generals, Timmins, Ontario. Jason Allison, so strong in today's game. Lots of points in this tournament, a member of last year's team, and of course, what can you say about Todd Harvey, the captain of Team Canada? Really led the way for them.
And how about Jamie Rivers? St. Louis Blues draft pick, cannonading point shot, scored the huge goal in the game against the Czech Republic. Big hit, Jovanovski. What a show for Eddie Joe. #1 pick overall in the NHL, a spot in the national junior team, a gold medal, and a moment he'll never forget. Darcy Tucker, a winner all round. Memorial Cup championships with the Kamloops Blazers, but he says this tops it all. A gold medal for your country. Jeff O'Neill, a guy who so badly wanted to be with Canada 1 year ago. Didn't get a chance, but he made the team this year and distinguished himself. And Alexander Daigle. He was there 2 years ago in Yavla when Canada won a gold medal. Didn't play last year, he was with the Ottawa Senators, and here he is back. And what a leader he is being with this team. Told the coach, I'll do anything you want me to. And he did so much for the club off the ice as well as on. Big Ryan Smith drives the net as well as any player you'll see. Jason Botterill was with the club last year, picked up 1 goal, came back this year, and once again was a heart and soul player.
Sean Donovan, a member of the Ottawa 67s, one of 2 players, he and Larry Corwell from Timmins, Ontario. San Jose Shark draft pick, one of many in this tournament. Big Dennis Peterson, the centerman on the checking line, New Jersey Devil first rounder, and boy, what a tournament Eric Daze had. The big Beaupart Harfang, Chicago Blackhawk draft pick, outstanding. 3 goals against the Russians, another one here today.
Jeff Friesen says, I got more ice time in the first game of this tournament than I got all last year. My parents sure love that. I bet they sure loved his performance in the tournament.
And that's the kind of example you set for the young players of the team. And what can you say about Marty Murray? Holy mackerel, this kid can play hockey on any team, anytime. Don Hay, the guy who keyed the whole thing. Most important thing a coach can do is provide an environment for a team to succeed. Don Hay does that as well as anybody who's ever steered this program. There have been some good ones. Alain Rajat, head coach of the Granby Bison of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. Mike Johnston, former of the University of New Brunswick. That was Canada's national team program and assistant coach to Tom Rennie. He handled the defense for this team. Athletic therapist, Peter Friesen. 4 gold medals for Peter Friesen with the World Junior program. Dr. Shelby Carpin from Edmonton. Because he's never been around a bunch of kids with less pretense. Peter Hurd, Dave Fitzpatrick, his last tournament. Sheldon Ferguson heading off to the Hartford Whalers. Bob Nicholson, the director of the program. Phil Legault. Troy Perchman, the assistant trainer of the Chicago Blackhawks, hopes he's going back to work soon in the National Hockey League, but right now, that's what it's all about for Team Canada. Todd Harvey prepares to accept the championship plate. What it's all about. seen this in 1990. I saw this in 1991. I saw it in 1993. I saw it in 94. I saw it in 95, and you never get tired of seeing that. Maybe, just maybe, the best Canadian national junior team ever. Certainly the record to show it, 7-0-0, and if you never get tired of seeing that, you certainly never get tired of hearing Canada's national anthem at the end of a hockey game one more time.
And no anthem will sound better to these players.
Young Wade Redden among those celebrating Team Canada's gold medal victory. Wade Redden will have a big moment coming up with the NHL draft, but it was pretty tough to top what he did here. His branded teammate, Marty Murray, with him. And there's what it's all about, the gold medal for the 22 Canadian players who made history for Canada in 1995. Back with more from the World Junior Hockey Championship right after this.
For your favorite player or coach, this is the official Team Canada jacket. To order one, call us. We're Canadian Hockey.
I really like your jacket, Dad.
Instead of slamming your foot down on the brake pedal, squeeze and release the brake using just the force necessary. It will increase the life of your car's braking system and save you money down the road. Trust your brakes to Midas.
Now, to each man who shaves, there's an edge all his own. Only Edge Gel has 7 custom formulas, from extra moisturizing to sensitive skin, for a close, comfortable shave. Ultimate closeness, ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
Third boxcar is that train. Destination, bang, bang. I'm up there on the mean.
The copper top tops them all.
King of the road.
TSN and the Canadian Hockey Association are proud to present exclusive coverage of the 1995 World Junior Hockey Championship from the Centrium in Red Deer, Alberta. Brought to you by Air Canada for all the world of hockey. And by Imperial Oil and Esso Associates. You're on your way with Esso.
Here are the award winners for the World Junior Championship. The top forward was the leading scorer, Marty Murray. The top goaltender was Evgeny Tarasov from Russia. The top defenseman was Canada's Brian McCabe. And tough to argue with any of those things. Here is the all-star team. Igor Karpenko, the crowd favorite who faced dozens of shots a period in the Ukrainian net. He's the all-star goaltender. On defense, Anders Eriksson and Brian McCabe. And it's a Canadian sweep up front with Marty Murray, Jason Allison, and Eric Daze. Other award winners. The Fair Play Award goes to Team Canada, the least penalized team in the tournament. Most points, Marty Murray from Canada, and Eric Daze, whose hat trick was so huge the other day against Russia, finished with 7. He takes the title for most goals. All the players, including Daze, are being honored on the ice now. One of the biggest cheers went up for Igor Karpenko. Hard to remember when this tournament began some 10 days ago. It was Canada against Ukraine, and Karpenko stood tall in the Ukrainian goal, even though he was shelled by Team Canada. Paul Romanek is down on the ice with a guest. Paul?
Yeah, you bet I am. The ceremonies are still going on, as you can hear in the background. Todd Harvey with me. I don't think that grin will disappear from your face for several weeks, but does going perfect make it even more sweet than just winning gold?
Made history tonight. No Canadian team has ever gone 7-0, and you know, what a way to do it.
Todd, I was in the dressing room earlier today, and I know you use many things for motivation with this club, but something that you hearken back to was a day on the ice in Grand Prairie during the training camp, out there playing hockey with kids, pond hockey. How did that inspire you, or did it inspire you?
I think all the guys look at that and said, we had a big thing above it, leave your ego behind. And, you know, that's what we did to win this tournament, and it just shows credit to the guys here. They can still go out and have a lot of fun, you know, with the little kids on the ice. We had a great time. It was, you know, one of the best days here.
How conscious were you guys heading into the third period that you were that close to making history? Did somebody stand up and make a speech? Did you talk about the historical implications?
No, we talked about this is our last 20 minutes together, boys. And, you know, we wanted to do it for each other. We wanted to do it for the coaching staff. And, you know, we went out and did it. Did it in a little different fashion. We wanted to, but we'll take it.
Does it make it bittersweet knowing that, what, in another probably half hour or so, this team will leave the ice? You'll never be a team again. That's got to be a great moment for you, but a sad moment.
Definitely. It's tough. These guys are great, and I love these guys. These guys came together, and you know, we went out and we really did a job. And, you know, I can't say enough about these guys.
Hey, love every second of it.
Oh, thank you.
And we'll try to get Don Hay, the coach of the Canadian team. Don, congratulations.
Thanks,
I know you've waited a long time to stand here and be absolutely perfect and wear the gold medal. How much were you thinking about it the last couple of days, about being perfect?
Well, you know, once we clinched it, that was our next goal, and you know, we wanted to get it. We thought that, you know, we knew we were a good hockey team, and we worked hard to become a good hockey team, and you know, I guess the 7-0 record really goes down in history and proves we're the good hockey team. And you know, the credit goes to all these guys. You know, they just played great the whole tournament. There's been a lot of pressure on them since day one, and they've handled it really well.
Don, it's a question from left field. I've asked you before, but I can't help but think that it helps you bring some perspective to all that's going on around you. You told me a story one time about trying to save a young boy's life when you were a firefighter back in Kamloops. And I wonder if you can just tie that in with all the pressure and things that you experience and keeping things in perspective.
Well, I think that, you know, people think sports is life and death, but it really isn't. It's just going out and having fun and competing as hard as you can. And, you know, there really isn't any comparison to saving a life or fighting a fire. So, you know, I think this is something that everybody enjoys, and competition is great, and these guys competed harder than anybody.
Is emotion something you think that Canadians have an ability to draw on more than other nations, or do you think the emotion is there for them, but they don't just channel it as well?
Well, I just think that, you know, Canadians are so proud, and, you know, they're proud of being a hockey nation, and they just, you know, have so much heart and desire, and that's why we win year after year, is that, you know, we have great people at the top in the Canadian amateur hockey, and these players are brought up that the hockey's in their blood, and, you know, like I say, they just compete so hard and they have such big hearts.
Your son's just behind you here. How much of an inspiration is he to you, and how much are you doing it for him?
Well, I'm doing it for my whole family, but it's, you know, it's great to have support from my son, and you know, I also have twin daughters, Ash and Angela, and my wife Vicky, and you know, like I say, they support me 100%, and you know, there's nothing better than winning it for your family.
Well, take a deep breath, head back to Kamloops, and enjoy it. You've earned it.
But thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Don Hay, the head coach of the Canadian team. Fantastic job. Jamie Rivers is here with us as well, holding the championship plate. So how much did you think about this all through camp? Did you visualize this moment, standing in the ice, gold medal, perfection?
No, I mean, our whole game plan was to take everything, one game at a time. And as you can see, all the boys are real happy now, and the applause, I mean, this is what it's all about, doing for other people, and we're just really happy we can go 7-0 and do it for everybody.
Yeah, I like to ask guys this. You say you do it for other people. Who'd you do it for?
Did it for my family, my brother Sean, who never had the opportunity that, I've had throughout my hockey career, and just basically we did it for all the people of Canada. I mean, they haven't had hockey this year, and we just wanted to give them what they deserve.
Do you think anything in your life, your sports life, can ever be as special as this?
I don't know. I mean, I guess the only thing that might compare to this is maybe a Stanley Cup or maybe a World Championship down the line, but that's really looking ahead. Right now, up to date, this is the most important thing that's happened to me.
Hey, Jamie, that'll be great, but I don't know if it'll be any better. Congratulations.
Thanks. I just want to say hi to my Uncle Jim, who's at home watching. Did it for you, and hi to Sandy and everybody back in Sudbury. Take care.
Congrats. Great time down on the ice. The party is just starting. These guys celebrating a perfect tournament. Gord?
Thanks very much, Paul. There's reason for a lot of people to be proud. It starts with Team Canada, of course, and the people that put this team together. Before this tournament, there was a lot of talk that this team could not win, really. Playing at home, there was so much pressure on these young men for players like Alexander Daigle and Jeff Friesen coming back from supposedly poor years the year before. Could they prove themselves? Every time this team had something placed before it, it answered the challenge. And Don Hay feels that more than anything shows the character of this hockey team. There was immense pressure on these young men. Remember, the oldest guy on this team is Sean Donovan, who will turn 20 later this month. What else could you call them now except the dream team? Congratulations, too, to the people in my backyard here in Alberta who put on such a great show. You did a top drawer, folks. Bob McKenzie?
Well, Gord, I'll tell you what, this is a very special World Junior. Special for a number of reasons. Special because of the way Team Canada played, the way they came together as a team, the way they showed discipline. All the things Canada used to do wrong in international hockey, this team did exactly the opposite and typified the perfect tournament. On top of all that, though, it's been a very trying year for hockey fans in Canada. We all know what we've gone through. No National Hockey League play. They're involved in a bitter business dispute, the owners and the players. But that's not what this tournament's all about. It never has been. And that's why it's always been one of my most favorite things to go to. As good as the Stanley Cup, as good as anything else, because you've got players 18, 19, 20 years old, playing for their country, playing for the pure emotion of it, and playing just to come together as a team and for the pure sport of it all. And that's what it really comes down to. They check their egos at the door. They're not worried about their careers in the National Hockey League. They put all that aside when they put on a sweater with a maple leaf on it. It's very gratifying to see them win. If they don't win, it doesn't make it any less of a tournament. It's just an outstanding all-around tournament, and I just can't imagine not being at it. It's just tremendous. Back to you, Gord.
Thanks very much, Bob. So many times Canadians win World Junior gold medals, and it's overseas in front of half-full crowds. While here, a full house. Many of them still here, honoring Team Canada. And a great moment it is. On the ice, Paul Romanuk.
Well, I'll remember the big picture from this tournament, Gord, that being the championship, no question. But I'll remember all the little pictures, the moments that make the big picture so special, like Tommy Tomp, the Swedish head coach, when one of the young kids who is part of the Experience a Dream program with the Canadian team, knee-high to all the players, is introduced, took a look at Tommy, and he was looking at that kid like a father instead of a coach. There was that emotion there. I'll remember Sheldon Ferguson, the director of scouting for this Canadian team. He's finished after this tournament with a sparkle in his eye when he talked about some of the diamonds in the rough who he had pulled and put on this team with pride. Guys like Jason Botterill, and believe it or not, at this time, even Jason Allison, who everyone didn't have full confidence in when he came into the program of excellence last year. And I'll also remember Don Hay and emotion, a man who's worked as a firefighter, who's experienced life and death. And I'll remember his eyes clouding over when he talked about trying to save a young boy's life and bringing that into perspective when he talked about putting this championship into perspective. It's been a great tournament. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll never forget it. The big picture and the small ones. Gord?
Thanks very much, Paul. There's so many people to thank for us here at TSN, our sponsors, of course, and all the people who helped put this together. There's a lot of things you don't see in a World Junior Hockey Championship. Things like technicians setting up on Christmas Day to get set for a game on Boxing Day. Guys who have to hustle from games in Calgary to get up to Edmonton and then come back here to Red Deer. From top to bottom, they too turn in a gold medal performance. In a moment, we'll show you the best pictures from this World Junior Championship. But first, our dream team. It took 13 communities in Alberta to come together and host this event. It took the players from Team Canada to do the same. Great memories from this World Junior Hockey Championship. We hope you've enjoyed the last 10 days of hockey. Let's hope we see some more real soon. Sounds great to say it. Team Canada, the World Junior Hockey Champions for 1995.
Sometimes dreams just come true. So it seems at the start. Working hard all these years, with spirit and with heart, feel a pounding in the blood, feel the tension in the night. Push to the edge, go for the goal, reach for the sky. Let's celebrate the women and men who never say die. The distance we crossed, the mountains that we moved, the days in defeat just meant one more thing to prove. Push to the edge, go for the goal, reach for the sky. Let's celebrate the women and men who never say die. Push to the edge, go for the goal, reach for the sky. Let's celebrate the women and men who never say
This is TSN. Coast to coast, you're watching TSN, the sports network.
Ahead on TSN Sports Desk, the NHL Players Union makes what it calls its best offer. It'll be voted on Saturday. Can the NHL Board of Governors afford to refuse? For Team Canada, a win would be the perfect way to end the World Juniors. Gamblers in Ontario had a chance at a sure thing on English soccer. Lenny Wilkins hoping to pass the Big Red in the Big Apple. So if Elvis is in the building, you better stick around too, because Sports Desk is next.
Bad-looking Elvis, too. Hi, everybody. I'm Brendan Connor. Welcome to another edition of TSN Sports Desk. Glad you're along. You know, we've heard this before, and we've been disappointed before. But once again, apparently there is some reason for optimism on the NHL labor front. We should know, in fact, by Saturday if there will be a season at all. Another long set of talks on Wednesday, and now a new union offer to be voted on by NHL owners on Saturday. Some details are leaking out about this latest union offer. It apparently contains a proposal for total free agency at age 30, an indexed rookie salary cap that would start at $900,000, and some changes to the salary arbitration process, and also apparently what's called an innovative clause that addresses the rising salaries in the game. Now, a couple of unnamed general managers are already saying it's not enough, and it won't create the drag that they want on salaries. Penguins player rep Larry Murphy says the union offer will allow the owners to run their operations efficiently. He's not sure what else the union can do. Now, a couple of Montreal Canadiens were skating on Wednesday in suburban Montreal, and they had these thoughts about the state of the negotiations.
I think that Bob Goodnow right now is trying in its members' best interest to try to save the season. And if there's more compromise or concessions to be done, I think they're going to be done. I think we've done a lot so far, maybe enough, but I think that the association is trying to save the season at this time.
With the meeting they had yesterday, 8 hours at the table, and they're trying to save the season on both sides, I'm sure. And we all stay positive. Everybody's working hard in training here today, and we all hope for a season, and we all feel confident that something's going to happen this weekend.
Thank you. Meanwhile, medal night at the World Junior Hockey Championship in Red Deer, Alberta. Canada had locked up the gold medal on Monday, of course, but still had something to shoot for, and that was a perfect 7-0 record. No team had done that since the USSR entry in the 1986 World Championship in Hamilton. So knowing the medal was theirs and having basked in the glow of that achievement for a couple of days, how would the young Canadians play against Sweden on Wednesday night, trying to go 7-0. The kids decked out and painted faces at the Centrium to cheer these boys on as the Canadian team takes to the ice, and everybody, including Elvis, yeah, baby, to see the team make history. Start off on fire. Wade Redden shot is stopped. Todd Harvey gets the rebound and puts away his 6th goal of the tournament. 1-0 Canada. They're on their feet in Red Deer. Then Canada's vaunted power play goes to work. Jason Allison allowed to walk in from the corner and watch him pick the top corner over the glove hand right there on Jonas Forsberg. Canada up 2-0. Everything going Canada's way. This is Dennis Peterson, 1-on-2. And he just sizzles one by Forsberg. Canada's up 3-0. First period, Swedish coach Tommy Tomp doesn't know what's happened to his squad. What a flat start. Todd Harvey, his usual ornery self. In this one, the Canadian captain lays a big hit on a Swedish defenseman right there. Forsberg keeping Sweden in the game. Look at him grab this rebound, robbing Harvey at the doorstep. More physical play by Canada. Jeff Friesen lays out Matthias Billstrom behind the net. Billstrom not liking that. Gets up and knocks Friesen down. Although Friesen went down with a bit of acting there, I think. Canada starts the third period on a power play as a result, and they score a goal very quickly as Jason Allison hits the post, and big Eric Daze sweeps the rebound in on the backhand. 8 seconds into the third. That's the fastest goal to start a period in tournament history. And that, of course, had Elvis up and celebrating another win for Canada. With a score 4-3 Canada, the Swedes having closed it to make a game of it. Here is the last second of the game as Sweden puts on some pressure, but Dan Kluche and the Canadians hold off Sweden, and they do get the win, and they do get the perfect record. The final score Wednesday night in the final game for Canada, a 4-3 victory. Harvey, Allison, Dennis Peterson, and Eric Daze doing the scoring for Canada. And Canada's Eric Daze with that quick goal in the third. Again, a tournament record, breaking the record held by Jim Sandlak of the Canadian team, 11 seconds back in 1986. Marty Murray leading all tournament scorers with 15 points on the Canadian side. Now, let's tell you about the activity afterward on the ice. After the game, confirmation of what we already knew. The Canadians, the best junior team on the planet. They come back to the ice to collect the gold. First, their opponents on the night, though. Team Sweden collecting the bronze medal. They needed to beat Canada to collect silver. The silver went to the Russian team. They had to sit and watch tonight to see which medal they would finish with. And finally, it was time to reward the Canadians for their gold medal performance. The first Canadian team to end the tournament with a perfect record. Canada celebrates yet another gold at the World Juniors.
We were pretty focused. You know, I guess we wouldn't be quite as focused or quite as intense as we would if we already haven't won. But the boys wanted to prove something. They wanted to be 7-0, and no other Canadian team's ever done it. And we went out, and that was our goal. And that's what you know. I think we were almost as pumped up for this game as we were for the other one. So it's great. You know, we want to show some Canadian pride and come out with a 7-0 record.
These guys are great. I love these guys. These guys came together, and you know, we went out and we really did a job. And you know, I can't say enough about these guys.
Hey, love every second of it.
Oh, thank you.
Once we clinched it, that was our next goal, and you know, we wanted to get it. We thought that, you know, we knew we were a good hockey team, and we worked hard to become a good hockey team, and you know, I guess the 7-0 record really goes down in history and proves we're the good hockey team. And you know, the credit goes to all these guys. You know, they just played great the whole tournament. There's been a lot of pressure on them since day one, and they've handled it really well.
Coach Don Hay, the latest to help Canada get to the gold medal, and what a run by Canada as you look over the past few years. Red Deer gold medal 1995, 1994 in the Czech Republic we won gold, as we did in Gävle, Sweden in 1993, 1991 Saskatoon, and Helsinki, Finland 1990. Gold medals for Canada. Now, because Canada won, the Swedes missed a chance for a silver, so the Finland-Russia game Wednesday became the silver medal game. The Finns had been the spoilers for Sweden Monday with that late rally to tie. The Russians had lost only to Canada and the U.S. So who would win this Finland-Russia game? We'll pick it up 1-0 Finland. They added their lead midway through the first. Antti Aalto over the blue line and ripping a shot past Dmitry Tsarev. 2-0 Finns. Move ahead to the second now, 2-1. The Russians will tie the game, though. Nice pass for Igor Melyako, and he makes no mistake, 2-2 there. A few minutes later, Russia takes his first lead of the game on the power play. It is Alexander Korolek converting his 6th goal of the tournament. 3-2 for Russia at that point. And a little bit later, it is going to be Russia adding to that. And the young 18-year-old goes to the backhand, his 2nd of the game. Korolek makes it 3 goals on the night. 4-2 Russia at that point, 6-2 the final score. Finland going 0 for 7 on the power play. And they did not come up with a good game in the final game. And so they are out of the medals. Here are your medal winners once again. Canada with the gold. The silver goes to Sweden, and the bronze goes, silver to Russia, pardon me, and the bronze goes to Sweden. Other scores to tell you about to round out the action from the tournament. 7-5 for the USA over the Czech Republic. That one played at Ponoka, Alberta. Adam Deadmarsh, born in BC but playing for the U.S., plays his junior hockey in Portland. Scored 3 goals for the USA, but a disappointing tournament for the USA. And one of the scores to tell you about, first ever tournament for Ukraine, and as Paul Romanuk mentioned in the broadcast, their tournament was made when they beat the U.S., but they finished up with a 6-2 loss to Germany. Alexander Seriko for Germany, 5 assists in that game. So the final standings from the World Junior Hockey Championship 1995, Canada with a perfect 7-0 record, Russia next at 5-2, and Sweden at 4-2-1. Finland 3-3-1, USA, Czech Republic, Germany, Ukraine. No relegation this year. Nobody gets bumped out of the World Juniors because it expands to 10 teams next year when the tournament is held in the USA. Now let's go to Red Deer for some final thoughts on the tournament from Bob McKenzie and Gord Miller.
Thanks very much, Brendan. The Canadian players are still on the ice celebrating their gold medal win. In fact, we just saw a moment ago Canadian coach Don Hay get a kind of a football tribute from his Team Canada players. Yeah, the old water shower for the Canadian coach. Fire and Ice, the story of Don Hay, the Kamloops fireman, who is not a bad hockey coach as well. And the Canadian players get the gold plate together and the emblematic of the World Junior Hockey Championship, all wearing their gold medals, posing for their picture at center ice. Bob McKenzie, the format changes next year. They go to a gold medal game officially. If this was a meaningless hockey game, it was as good a meaningless hockey game as I've ever seen.
You could tell coming out right from the beginning that Team Canada was prepped and ready to go. They really had a lot of motivation. They got the first goal of the game. They didn't lay back, and it wasn't until they had the big 3-goal lead in the third period that they sat back a little bit, allowed the Swedes to get back in the game, and almost put a blemish on that with a tie.
At some point, people are going to look at this roster 10 years from now and judge the team by how many guys went to the NHL. But right now, based on their performance here, best Canadian team ever?
Best Canadian national junior team ever. You've got to give it to them based on the record, certainly. Although the competition maybe isn't as great now as it has been in some other years, given the breakup of the Soviet Union, the breakup of the Czechoslovakia. But hey, Don Hay's team came and did exactly what they had to do. They won every game. They surmounted every obstacle in front of them. They deserve everything they've got, and right now, best ever.
And speaking of a guy who's pretty good, Marty Murray of the Brandon Wheat Kings, property of the Calgary Flames, started as a great player for Team Canada, ended up as the top forward. He's standing by with Paul Romanuk.
Top forward in the tournament. I'm trying to coax a bit of a reaction out of Marty, but he says he's pretty low-key, but there's a smile. That's a good start. What's it feel like to have the weight of the world off your shoulders and the weight of a gold medal around your neck?
Well, it's a big relief. I think there's a lot of pressure on us coming into the tournament that, you know, all the dream team stuff and that we had to be 7-0, and it's a big relief to get that weight off your shoulders and actually have the gold medal around your neck.
Marty, now, I know it's a total team concept with the program of excellence, but if you can just put that aside for 1 second, modesty aside, is this the best hockey you've ever played in your life?
I don't know. I'm very satisfied with the way I play, but, you know, everybody contributed on this team, and, you know, just because I won top forward or whatever doesn't need to take anything away from anybody else. Everybody contributed, and it took 22 guys to win this thing.
I've asked some of the other guys about the way Don Hay is able to motivate you. Everything from a stick that you sign, dedicating your effort to a friend or a loved one, to the pucks, to the pictures of you guys playing pond hockey outside. Have you ever played for a coach who can motivate like that?
No, he's just a great guy. I can see, you know, why they're so successful in Kamloops right now, and, you know, there's so many little things that you don't really expect that he does, and from the hockey stick to the pictures on the wall to the you know, the rings up and everything. It's just a great feeling to be involved with a guy like him.
And what's the greatest thing of all? Just the total relationship with all the guys in the team. Is that something you're going to miss when you take off that jersey a little while from now for the last time?
Well, we're definitely family, and you know, we ended off on a good note. I think that you know, we can't be any happier, and it's got to end sometime, unfortunately. And we're a very close group of guys right now, and you know, hopefully we can run into each other somewhere down the road.
It might be running into you at the Memorial Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Marty Murray, who's having a great season with the Brandon Wheat Kings in the Western Hockey League. Best forward at the tournament for Canada. A golden effort from a great player. That's the story here from Red Deer. Let's get back to Sports Desk. Here again is Brendan Connor.
All right, thank you, Paul, and Gord and Bob. Nice job, everybody. When we come back on Sports Desk, all bets are off, or are they? A controversy brewing in Sports Select in Ontario.